Hello, everybody, and welcome to Session 5 of Known Realms Tolesh. Before we dive into tonight's chapter, we are going to introduce our players and get into some announcements. Angie, who are you? Where can people find you?
Hello, I'm Angie. I will be playing Zio, as I do every week. I play Zio. Pronouns say them. You can find me on social media at Agonethetic. And yeah.
Hell yeah. Thank you. And Lou?
Hello, my name is Lou. You can find me at Luzelia_art, most places on the internet. And I did most of the art that you see here today.
Most of all of.
Aside from the beautiful formatting that Miss Commune did.
This is
And all
true.
of like the cool templates and what are they called? Why am
Overlays?
There we go. Those.
I got you.
Yes. And merch. Stole it from you.
Oh man, she fucking sniped that from you, Josh.
Who?
Lou sniped merch from you.
Oh no!
Oh no. All right. Thank you, Lou. Zen.
I am Zen. Any pronouns, all pronouns. Love pronouns. I am
Love pronouns.
Nivien. And Niv's pronouns are they, them. And you can find me on the internet. Thanks.
Love that shit. Thank you for being here. Josh, our sweet, sweet, sick little boy.
Hi everybody, my name is Josh, aka TheGovnar. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me on the internet under TheGovnar.
The Gumthaner.
We're doing good.
That's like the Wario to your Mario, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Wario, Governor. Anyway. Where was I? You can find me at The Welcome as an innkeeper. I make a bunch of D&D 5 content. I do lore down. I GM stuff. I don't know. Find me. Go. Bye. Back to you, Alec.
What?
Wow.
You're doing great. Rounding out our incredible cast of characters, the incredible Bluebluebutton. Tell them who you are, where to find you.
Hello, my name is Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. You can find me here on Sundays, every other week in Unearthed Inheritance, and every Sunday night playing this game. And then next weekend, come check out several of us over on twitch.tv/rolling for charity. We're raising money for Doctors Without Borders. Come check it out.
Thank you. I gotta get new hangers. My shoulders are just like little triangles. I don't want that. Hi everybody, my name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at CommuneDM, and I am your archivist for Known Realms Tolesh. Socials are the best way to stay in contact with us and see what we're doing and when the fuck we are doing it. Guys, YouTube is up to date. So we're going to be getting session 4 of both Known Realms Tolesh and Unearthed Inheritance up this coming week. So tune in, and then you'll be able to watch those sessions, and it's a lot of fun. We already did the merch command, so I'm not going to do it again. We have an open community Discord if you want to come and hang out. We have a lot of folks that are making incredibly long and well-detailed playlists for the Known Realm vibes. We got people showing off their merch, their Known Realm shirts, and we got some really fun conversations pre and post session, so it's a lot of fun. And we do have an announcement for scheduling. We are going to be taking the next 2 weeks off of Known Realms. Holidays are coming up, and holidays are coming up, so people got things to do. We're busy, you know what I mean? So we're going to be taking the next 2 weeks off of Known Realms. But we will be back fresh in December. And with that, Heroes of Asteria Unearthed Inheritance will be off for the entire month of December because David is a DM who really likes self-care, and that's king shit. Anything else? Guys, anything?
Buy merch.
Josh on his deathbed saying buy merch. It's like really good.
Meet my contractual obligations, man. It says right
Yeah.
in the shine.
Yeah, and Button was correct. A few of us will be enrolling for charity. Josh and Button will be playing D&D, and I will be playing Call of Cthulhu with the folks at Chaosium. So please go ahead. Actually, I should be able to do the shout out now.
I can't wait to meet Button's character. I don't know what they're playing. I'm very curious.
Can I tell you?
Boom. Go check out Rolling for Charity.
I'm playing a bookworm, but WYRM. It's a dragon who got shape changed into a person and is trying real hard to get back.
Yes.
That's incredible.
It's the most endearing and Button concept character I've ever heard.
Hey, Button, do you know what I'm playing?
What are you playing?
Cack Skagback the Second.
I've heard about this monster. I can't wait. Yes.
It's a goblin on the prowl for love.
Oh. I'm very excited to meet Cack.
Damn, I'm not in this game. All right, guys. Cack, come. So in the
Like duty.
Dooney. So it's a Dooney. Dooney's gonna make his way to known realms, Tolesh. At some point, it's gonna happen. I love him, and I think that would be incredibly endearing.
I'll actually cry.
It's gonna happen.
Not in character, just me, Button.
Knowing this party, he'll get killed somehow.
I'm in the verge of tears.
Or like Kaylin, you guys will have 2 sons. Okay, so in our prior chapter, chapter 4, A Good Man, a whole hell of a lot happened. Big thanks to Button. They wrote a 7-page recap that we are going to be posting in an upcoming wiki that we are both working on. So you'll have wikis for the campaigns, very much inspired by the work that Josh and the Innkeepers over at the Welcome Input in for their community fandom wiki. So look out for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. But
we did invent Wikipedia, it's true.
Take the fucking compliment.
No, I hate me.
Shut up.
Thank you,
Okay.
Alec.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
you're
I love
welcome.
you.
You fucking bitch. So, a whole hell of a lot happened. There were theories of sororicide. I'm stealing that from Zen because it was such a good word, and I want to keep using it. Sir had told the party that he was concerned that Lucian Whitmore, the Lord of holy fuck, Iyo Thalor, he thought that he was going to kill his sister Elizabeth, the lady. Turns out that wasn't the case, but there was a plan to usurp the city and offer it to the city, to the nations of Driften and Sunwall in specifics, to sort of create a foothold within the Republic of Shenthier. So Lucian Whitmore had made a request for weapons and arms. For weapons and arms to be delivered to him, but that was denied. Whole lot of conversations happened. Echinacea had a bit of a trauma response to the idea of Lucian being arrested so hastily. That then followed a conversation with Nivien that was very good and endearing and good, which also led to my favorite NPC, Claudette. And some things were learned about Sir's unearthing that is quite interesting. It seemed to be forces at work here. Lazuli explored the city of Iyo Thalor in the dead of night, taking in its wonder, songs of the Changebringer being sung in the streets, people talking about commerce and selling their wares at the guild host. And atop the Whitmore estate, she started to draw. And as she did, she thought of her Onkin, the draconic word for uncle. Or teacher. No. Damn it, the uncle bit from last time got me. And he did appear in an astral visage. The two shared a conversation. It was revealed that not only did Ishror know Echinacea, he had worked with them on something in the past, something regarding Koliata, information that Lazuli had received before. It seems that the Silver Dragon will be making his way to Iyo Thalor in the next few days. Is there a question? Okay. And then Sir and Zio had a conversation. Zio heading to the house of Lila Alcott and dropping off 600 gold that Sir had given him. And coming back, returning with a banner, a painted portrait of Sir Declan, of his brother, his niece and nephew, and a journal. So after all of this and much, much more, we pick up on the day of the 12th of Lent. It is the morning. I'm gonna open the floor here. Who wants to do what? If people have goals, we're hitting the floor running. Angie, yes, please.
So Zio would return immediately after seeing Layla
Okay.
and her son Declan,
Mm-hmm.
who Zio's just going to think of as Junior. Just return immediately and then find Sir to just like hand over the
Okay.
what was given to them.
You can definitely do that.
So just I'm going like room to room, trying to find.
I'll say
Sir.
that you know where Sir's room is.
Okay.
So
And then knows that Sir is awake. But still knocks. And then opens the door regardless, not waiting for him to do it.
As you open the door, Sir is like halfway from getting up. And I think there's a big like armchair in the room, and there's a little cup of tea and a teapot sitting on the thing, and he's halfway through.
Their tail just slams the door closed behind them.
Hello, Zio. I
Just sets
assume
it
your
down.
venture went well.
No words, just sets down all their stuff in front of
What have you
on the
got?
table.
There.
Gifts
Gifts? For whom?
for you.
Can't do this voice. For me?
Mhm.
I cannot do this voice. Holy shit.
Go.
From where?
From Lila.
Lila.
Mhm.
I'm confused. You were not to tell her of my existence, as I recall. Is that still the case?
Yeah, I didn't. I just said that a benefactor who really cares about Declan Alca's story was leaving the money for her, and she seemed very grateful. So she just gave me the stuff, and so I brought it to you.
I see. Well, you didn't lie nor steal, so I thank you, Zio, and thank you for doing that task. I very much appreciate it. He'll kind of turn to look at the items that have been set in a pile.
There is a book, a picture, there's a banner.
Oh. Do I get anything from these, Alec?
Easy enough to see that the banner is a torn and tattered banner of the Ebony. The portrait, you don't recall its creation, but obviously it brings whatever it brings in its image to you. You're able to see that it's a spitting image of who you were and the family that surrounds him. And the last is a journal that holds drafts and plots for the first Sir Declan the Gallant novella.
The original, the OG?
Yep.
Okay, let me add this to my inventory one time. Journal, first drafts. Sir Declan. Look.
It seemed like very serious things. I was kind of surprised. She just handed it over. I don't know. They smell kind of funny, like old, so clearly they're important.
They this is I believe this is a journal of her writings about the fictitious Sir Declan. And this is a banner from my old order of knights, the since defunct Ebon Eyes. And this here is a portrait of the former me, my niece and nephew, I do believe. They're all quite valuable and sentimental, I'm certain, if I gain recollection of those days. Thank you, Zio. I will spend some time pondering these. What? You have...
Yes, there's one other thing. It's not just Lila.
Oh. Lovely. A husband or...
A son.
Well, that is good.
Yes. And, his name is Declan. So, warning.
It's like a long pause. Featureless. Just the kind of wafting and flickering of flaming mist. What does he look like?
Zio points to the picture.
Thank you, Zio.
I thought it was really nice getting to see maybe some that, you know, could potentially be the reason why you stick around.
If nothing else, it is good to see that life continues onward, eh?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Also,
again, Zio.
oh yeah, of course. He's kind of sad, just lonely. I don't know. I told him that I'd be more than happy to become his friend.
Yes.
With your permission, because I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I was probably just gonna go bother him.
Oh, Zio, you do not need my permission to operate within the world, but yes, I would not want my kin to go lonely. Just keep our little secret safe, if you do not mind.
I just wanted to ask, just so I didn't make you uncomfortable by reaching out to him or her proxy, without you knowing.
That is very kind of you, Zio. Perhaps you can keep me up to date.
Okay.
Wonderful. Would you like a cup of tea? It is awfully late.
No. I'm gonna go to bed.
All right. Sleep well.
Do you need company?
Yes. Do you have your little friend?
Then Lulu shows up.
You kind of watch Sir sit down in the armchair and kind of pat his... He takes a little cushion pillow and puts it over that gross plate armor and it... Come, we shall read some of this journal together, Lulu.
She absolutely flies over and just sort of cuddles up in your lap, sir.
Good night, Zio.
Good night. He'll trot off.
Okay.
Go to bed. Not to do anything naughty. Not yet.
Okay. So with that, we will pick up in the morning on the, I believe I said the 11th. I can't recall.
The 12th now.
Great. Thank you. The 12th. So who wants to start off with goals? No, we got stuff to do. Niv, please.
I think Niv would find a nice 3 a.m. sort of time to slip off and try to have a secretive conversation with the Crimson.
Cool. Okay. Where do you go to do this?
Somewhere in nature that is secluded, but not too far away.
Give me a survival check.
13.
13. You know that there is a park not too far off. It's down toward the market district of the city. Would take about a half an hour to walk, but it is called the Changebringers Park. So it's got a bit of nature, got a bit of seclusion. Or if you want to try and go outside of the city limits, there is an orchard that is nearby.
I think the orchard.
Orchard. This will take a bit longer, so
Okay.
you'll probably take about an hour and a half to get there.
Okay. I like that.
But you definitely do. The sun is just beginning to crest on the horizon. How do you reach out?
Beginning with some meditation, and I think Niv would perhaps use their own blood to try to make this contact as a little bit of a sacrifice, and they would take the amulet out that they've been saving and anoint that with just a drop of their blood and say, Master Crimson, do you hear me?
Give me a persuasion check.
18.
18. The wind is calm, but you do feel this momentary uptick in activity as yes, of course, I'm always here.
You know me well, then.
My blood runs through your veins. I know you well enough.
You are my origin.
I'm your progenitor.
I'm honored. You know me, so you know him, and they tap the brand on the back of their neck.
I know of him.
What are your thoughts?
No. I think he operates off of hubris. I think he thinks too big. I think he creates things he is unable to control.
That may be lucky for me, then.
I believe so.
Do you think he deserves loyalty?
You see as the trees shift around, an apple falling from the tree. As it does, this red smoke becomes a physical form. A deep crimson red gown with a golden armored mantle. Shock white hair. Long and flowing, wavy at the ends. Yellow eyes. You've seen their visage now. Sharp. Precise. Symmetrical. Utter perfection. As beginning to saunter forward to you, hips swaying as she does. A talon tracing under your chin. Do you think he deserves more loyalty than I do?
Of course not.
Good. No, I do not think he deserves your or any of my kindred's loyalty.
Then shall we defeat him?
Have fun.
And how may I show you my gratitude for everything that you've given to my life?
Live deliciously.
Very well.
I will come calling when I need something, that can be assured.
I will be waiting.
Smoke apparates.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Do I notice anything different about the amulet?
You do. Instead of this dark black, it is now this sanguine red.
I wear it.
Okay. You do so.
That's all I need. Thank you.
Okay. Lazuli, Sir, Echinacea. Things in the new day. We're starting with the 12th. So, anybody?
Lazuli definitely did sleep up there.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to like sneak on Niv or anything. I even thought about that last session. But would I perceive any comings and goings of the people at my vantage point? Can I roll for any perceptions or whatnot?
People you're familiar with, or?
I guess anything really.
I mean, you can give me a perception check, absolutely.
She's definitely not going to sleep very soundly up there. But it's probably pretty high, so we'll give it a go. Not 20.
Nice. All right.
Plus a shit ton, so yeah, plus 5. So.
Yeah. With a natural 20, I mean, you're able to see truly the daily operations of this city begin. People beginning to prepare their businesses for a day's worth of commerce. You see the myriad of churches and iconographies around the city being lit up. You see all sorts of people begin to leave their homes and enter their businesses. It's easy enough to see that there are carts and carriages in the same way that you saw the night before, picking up and leaving. So are you just kind of taking in the city as it is?
Mm-hmm. Do I catch Niv coming back?
You will catch Niv on their way back. Absolutely.
Okay. Can I fly down?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just going to just gracefully kind of just hover down, greet you by the gate as you come in. Good morning.
Good morning, Lazuli.
And what antics were you up to this evening?
Meditating in an orchard nearby. And yourself?
Did you get any apples? Or think about any apples, I suppose.
Niv looks absolutely stunned. It's like a little bit.
You were in an orchard.
Of course, yes, of course. I don't care for apples, but they are sometimes very beautiful. You're up early or late?
Early, I suppose. I was quite up early.
And your ambitions, how are they in this new location?
Good. Learning quite a bit from observing. So much to do.
I see in you something that I don't quite understand in the world, and I admire that, so I'd like to invest. and Niv's going to give you 300 of their 600 gold.
What? And she's like, and you. Why? Well, is there anything I could get for you? Is there anything
simply-
you could need? Any information?
I've been quite well taken care of by our group of friends. And you can tell that that word is not one that is easy for Niv to say, but I have learned to place trust in the strength of others where I have weaknesses. Hard as that may be to admit, so I trust your judgment. I don't require anything, but if there comes a time you need that, I hope it will be used well.
Indeed. But if you do not tell me what you need, I will find a way to find something.
I trust no less.
Okay. All right, shall we find the others?
Yes, I need some breakfast.
And then I think Lazuli's going to try to loop arms with Niv.
Niv is going to be very stiff about this, but is clearly enjoying themselves.
Okay, cool. And she's going to skip along in the air. Like, not even, just like, yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Very happy about the gold.
And you're looking for the others, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So we will, unless there's anything else, close that scene there. And then we will, Sir Echinacea?
Sir has lots of plans, but I think he would start with... He spends the evening, night, flitting through that journal, just taking a look at it. Anything that stands out at all there, Alec?
Nothing that stands out other than the wishes of a young girl hoping to find her family again. Amidst the notes and the story crafting, Lila misses Declan. And that's made apparent in the small notes. There are a few small encounters that she wrote down in a list titled "Don't Want to Forget." Where one is an early morning fishing trip with you and her father. Another is helping Sir Declan clean his armor. She took a lot of pride in being able to help you do good. So there are things like that really sort of drive that home for sure.
He probably doesn't get all the way through it. Closes it up, tucks it away. And then in the early morning hours, will also slip out.
Okay.
And he is going to go down to the lower block and do a little tour of the space Zio aforementioned, to kind of take stock of what's going on down there.
Okay, give me as you're going down there, give me a perception check.
Any dice for this game? Nobody told me. Guys?
Sorry.
Disappointed in all of
Oh, you might need some dice for this game.
Oh, thanks, Dan. That is, you said perception?
Yeah.
13.
The air is still bright. There's still this warmth to this part of the city, but it's visibly clear that there is a huge wealth disparity between the upper block and the lower blocks. Infrastructure-wise, buildings are not taken care of. People are wearing clothes that are less than forgiving for the upcoming colder winter seasons. Food looks a bit more stale, and you can tell that when given construction efforts happening, they aren't workers of the city. They're the people who live there, who are maintaining and trying to piecemeal this this sort of keeping what they have, what their home is, together. So Zio's words definitely ring true.
I think he loops around looking for like any specific places that might need attention or funding or resources, like failing markets or damaged wells or places of worship. Infrastructure that you've referenced kind of is lax.
Yeah.
Looking for places like that.
With a 13, it's easy enough to see the hospital that is being constructed within the Arms District. That is a fairly large undertaking, and it is the people who reside here that are building it.
So it's a project being funded by the lower block.
So that is definitely the biggest, but it's easy enough to see that there are small church houses, that are really, shingles are falling off and the doors are not fitting. You're definitely finding things like that.
I think as the sun begins to rise and people begin to move out towards the street, that's when he makes his retreat, not wanting to make a scene, even though people have been very accommodating here. He's not been like concealing himself, but as he returns, he'll just kind of mutter to himself, "I think I may need to speak with Lazuli." And he'll head towards back towards the Whitmore estate.
Okay, you do that. And we will stop with Echinacea.
Having just learned this spell, after in the early morning they make a list of things they need to do throughout the day, and thing 1 on the list is go to Lucien's room.
Okay.
They will wake up early and then go out, and not knowing the estate, they will find like a nearby butler or guard, whoever they're running to first.
Definitely some sort of butler or worker. Yeah.
Hello, I'm very sorry to bother you.
No apologies needed. What can we do for you?
I'm wondering if you can show me to Lucien Whitmore's rooms.
I am sure that we can do that. You are with the group that came in a few days ago?
That is correct.
Okay. Yes, follow me.
Thank you. What is your name?
Lucette.
Lucette. Have you worked here long?
This is an older elven woman. Yes, the majority of my life.
Goodness. Were you here when this was the Revardine estate?
I was.
Can you tell me what the estate was like at that time? Was everything the same?
The families are very different. The Revardine family was quite, I hate to say it, but uppity. The Whitmores are a bit more laxed, but the Whitmores received the land from a civil land dispute. It seems that Whitmores in the past began building the city, but the Revardines came in and undercut them. So, the Lucien and Elizabeth's great-grandfather took it to a lawbearer, and the lawmaster believed in their case, so they received their ancestral land back.
Interesting. And when would that have been?
That was about 150 years ago.
I see. Has the tea garden always been there?
The tea garden came in when young Elizabeth was a girl. Her mother had insisted that it be created.
And Elizabeth is like 30s?
Yeah.
What was there before?
It was just a field. There was a bit of a shack there that The Elder Everdeen would do personal work in.
Great. Thank you very much, Lucette.
Of course, and you are walking this whole time. You do make it to a door. Of course, I leave this afternoon. I am off at work, but if you have any questions, I will be back tomorrow.
Thank you, and they'll take 10 gold out of their pouch and put it in her hands. And thank you very much for the information.
Of course. All right, and you are at Lucian's room.
Yay! I open the door and get blasted with a trap.
It is unlocked, and there is no trap.
Damn. Okay.
Do you want a trap? I can make it happen.
No! They would like investigate this space if possible as they snap detect magic.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
Ooh! It's good. It's very good. It's a 26.
26, okay. With it 26, and you pop detect magic, correct?
Yes, please.
You get light enchantment magic. Nothing super out of the ordinary. Obviously, that there are some fixtures in homes that are just magical, especially given like the proximity or like the height of magic at this point in time. But you do get a large hint of Hemacraft magic from a chest sitting next to the bed. As well as abjuration magics.
That makes sense. Okay. And then are there papers on like is there a desk or anything?
Yeah, there's a desk. Yeah, there's a desk with, you know, a chair. Obviously a chair. It has to be a chair, but it's like a workman's desk. So there's definitely a place to sit and write. There's parchment paper, ink. Yeah, absolutely. But the room is very unkempt. It is apparent because you got a 25?
6.
26.
I rolled a 19.
Okay. It's apparent that not even the people who work here come in here to clean. You imagine that there is, having met Lucian, you imagine he doesn't allow people in this space.
That makes sense.
But, yep.
They are looking for, like, they're aware of the chest.
Mm-hmm.
Any, like, textbooks or, like, drafts of the missive or anything like that?
You definitely find 2 or 3 different drafts of the missive. The first one is a bit more authoritative. It was an attempt to use his status in Shenthir to push Sunwall into his goals, but that was quickly scrapped. You see that it's kind of marked out in ink just in case. The next one is a little bit more of a plea, begging. It's quite pathetic. But you also do see a few books. You see one, which is the political standing of Sunwall, which is a text by a Driftin philosopher who is very pro-seceding. You also find a bestiary.
Any dog-eared pages?
Yes, a few. The first one you're able to find is regarding vampires. Is regarding thralls specifically, the process of creating a thrall, how to undo vampirism. That is something that is listed here. Another page is lycanthropes, detailing weaknesses and if there are any avoidances to weaknesses. There are small notes in the byline that sort of that just sort of read as how can circumvent this. Not written very well, but I mean you're an intelligent individual who rolled a 26, so you can kind of piece together that he was looking for possibly a way to avoid this, cure vampirism. And then you see towards the end there is a occult-born illness section that is locked away, or not locked away, but is dog-eared. And one is circled at the top, which is called Hag Rot. The illness or curse, it's more especially given that this is a Sunwall text, so it's much more academic and scientific.
Mm-hmm.
It is seen as a blood-borne illness that stems from a blood pact with a fae-like hag creature. It infects not only the bloodstream of a parent, but it has the possibility of passing to young and offspring. Symptoms are jaundice, pallid, pale skin, lethargy. This very weak constitution.
Is heterochromia listed?
It is.
Okay. This fucking box. I don't know dispel magic. I'm a baby wizard. Fuck. Da 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 da. What do I do? They will back up to the other side of the room and away and try to mage hand it open.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
Wow. Bad. 4.
You just kind of fumble with the lock for a couple seconds, but nothing is happening.
I believe I may need Zio.
Okay.
And they will...
Anything else you want to do in this space?
They take the book, they pull out one of their own sheets of paper, and they say, "Took book, was here." Like, they're not being sneaky. They're not trying to, like, commit
You're
theft.
making your presence known.
I was here, I took a thing.
Yeah.
And then I'm taking that book and those drafts.
All right.
Echinacea's calling card is just an IOU.
I was here, I did the thing.
Okay.
So I had intended for Zio to also
I
go.
would love to converge these scenes. Yes, please. Yes,
Yay.
please. Zio,
I feel like Zio sees them with the mage hand, being like,
I was just going to say, you were kind of standing in the doorway watching Echinacea fumble with this chest via mage hand.
they say aloud, "I think I need Zio."
I'm right here.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. What are you doing?
I am trying to open this box, which I believe may be trapped because it is giving off abjuration magic, but it's also giving off hemocraftic magic, which is blood magic, which seems like it may be relevant. Also, I took his book. Lucian's.
Okay. Well, I don't have tools anymore. They
Oh.
broke.
So you need new tools.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Add that to the list.
I was gonna take a look around this room, though.
I would love to assist you.
I'll be honest with you. If you're okay assisting some not lawful things.
Do you mean?
No, well, looks around the room, just kind of like, there's plenty here to take.
I don't wish to go to prison.
It's okay.
I don't want to steal things. I just am aware that this may be evidence. Wait, I left an IOU.
That's fine. You don't have to help me. And Zio's just gonna walk in and start looking for things. And, like, small things. Like, things that are not obvious, but, like...
Yeah. Give me an
Like,
investigation
little
check.
silver trinkets and anything like that that can be easily liquidated.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
It's okay. You don't have to help me. Honestly, you could turn around right now and not pay any attention to this. Investigation?
Why are you taking stuff?
That's going to be an 18.
You do find a few silvered bracelets. You do find the small baubles that'll definitely turn around for a fairly decent price.
Oh, well, because there's people that need it more than Lucian, who's rotting in a cage.
Okay.
I'm not
Well-
going to keep this, if that helps. It's not for me.
I didn't think you wanted the bracelets, no.
Oh no, they're pretty, but not for me. Plus, Sir was not too happy that I was taking stuff. And then I told him that I took stuff that was Lucian's, and he said that, well, it's Lucian.
Zio!
I don't know if that exception was intended. I can't speak for Sir.
So
I
sorry.
just
but-
think... I just think... Why? Never mind.
Hey, speak your truth. I'm not lying to you. I don't need any reason to.
I appreciate that. I don't like lying.
Mhm.
We found evidence of plotting a coup. We haven't found any evidence that he wanted to kill his sister, which I know upset you, but you still seem happy to think of him rotting in a cell. Why?
Well, when you put it that way, maybe it is a preconceived notion that I thought that he would kill his sister. Maybe I haven't pushed beyond that. But at the end of everything, his sister would have been hurt. And clearly, he didn't seem to care what was going to happen to her. So,
I appreciate you clarifying your feelings.
yeah. I mean, I could end up running in a cell myself. At some point. I know
I
I'm
will
not
not
gonna
let
like
you.
it. Oh. I appreciate that, because I don't like being held in chains or restrained. It kind of makes me anxious and nervous, actually. I was able to talk those people, the ones that you found us in, to not put me in cuffs. It was pretty good.
How did you do it?
I just asked nicely, and I told them I wasn't going to use my weapons. I don't know. They didn't do it.
I'm glad they didn't.
You, are you okay?
I don't want to lie to you. So no. But that is okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay not to be okay.
I learned a lot of things last night, and I would like to tell everyone all at once if you think that maybe we can herd all of the cats to something like breakfast. Where are
Yeah.
the cats?
Yes. Okay. Zio's gonna do one last check of things, little trinkets. And then just...
Okay, also give me one more investigation check. Button? You had a thing.
Me?
I saw you.
I wanted to identify the chest to see if we could pick it up or if it would try to like eat us or something.
Give me an investigation check.
With can I also pop identify?
Oh,
on
yeah,
the chest
yeah,
itself?
absolutely, you can. The chest itself is not magical.
Cool. So abjuration is
You-
inside the chest.
Is inside the chest.
Okay.
The
Then
lock
they
is
will-
just a lock. Yeah, it's yeah.
Gotcha. What they will do then is they will ritually cast Tensor's floating disc and
Okay.
carry the chest out, and then they'll make a little like paper teepee and say, "Chest was here, will be returned," and put it
Okay.
where the
Perfect.
Chest
Absolutely do that. Okay. Zio?
Zio got a 17. on the additional
17.
investigation. Mhm.
You do find a locket next to the bed.
Oh,
That looks
a locket?
quite expensive.
Can they open it?
You definitely can.
Is there anything in it?
One side is Lucian. There's a
Mhm.
boy. You see him quite ill looking. Very gaunt, very pallid. Being held by his father. And on the other side, you see Elizabeth, looking a bit more strong, definitely more healthy, sitting with her mother. And what languages do you read?
Common, Primordial, and Thieves' Cant. I
Thieves'
understand
Cant. Perfect.
Oh.
In Thieves' Cant, etched into the lining around,
Never forget October 3rd. I'm so sorry.
don't apologize. I'm here for the Full Metal bits.
Da, 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 da.
Why was it me? In Thieves' Cant.
Don't make me feel, Alec.
Oh no! What's
And
that?
on the other side, I'm glad it wasn't you.
Oh.
It's a locket. I think this might do well being returned to Elizabeth.
Okay.
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 Let's go. Let's
Okay.
gather everybody.
All right. Above table, does everybody just want to coalesce, or is there anything anybody else wants to do individually first?
How much in like gold or silver was you able to get?
You're getting about 200 gold pieces worth.
Woo!
Okay. So,
Can we say that on my way back from the orchard, I found a place to put the white lilies for Sly to communicate my location if she wanted to find me?
give me a survival check with advantage, please.
Ooh.
Just to place
Oh, that's a
them-
natural 20.
Ooh!
And
Your
I
girl's
also
gotta find you.
I wanna put a little sketch of a bat hanging upside down in a bird cage.
You dumb piece of shit.
No, it's beautiful! Nice!
They know exactly what I'm saying. Okay. You absolutely can, and she's already laughing. Okay. But yeah, so we will say that that's happened. Anything else in the meantime? Josh, Lou? No? Okay. Where do you guys want to be for breakfast? Do we want to do breakfast at the Red Feather? Or in the Whitmore estate?
Can we roleplay this?
You guys are together.
Okay.
Hello. I took things from Lucian's room, but it's just to investigate and then we can put them back.
Are you doing crime?
No,
I took
left
things
an
from
IOU.
Lucian's room.
You're doing crime. Lovely.
It's not going back.
So are we hungry?
Yes.
Fabulous. I saw from a very nice vantage point as the town was awakening this morning that there's a baker's guild here. Do you eat at the baker's guild, or is that just where things are baked and then on to other places?
It's like a Starbucks. So there is a place to see bread get made, But there is also a place to sit and eat the bread.
I think we should go on a field trip.
Oh, I love bakers.
Do you?
That sounds wonderful. Could we open this chest before we go? Because I don't want to take it to the baker.
Chest?
On this floating disc.
I could give it a try, but I don't have any tools, so.
I forgot that I need to learn knock.
If you want to give it a try, Zio, give me a sleight of hand check.
Iggy.
Can I assist them?
How so?
I do have I have inspiration still, so I could try.
You have inspiration.
By casting Ray of Frost on the lock.
Absolutely. So go ahead and roll with
Fuck up
advantage.
the tumblers.
Yep. Go ahead and roll with advantage.
I'll keep my inspiration instead, if that is happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that is an 18.
You are able to pick this lock. And I am grabbing the items that are within it. Give me a moment.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Before Zio opens the lid, because I know that Echinacea already said that they felt the hemocraft and abjuration magic, was it, right?
You got it.
Zio, you all see them just sort of like wait and then close their eyes and just like try and reach out to Isterus.
And say,
Just like- If I open this, is my face gonna get blown up?
give me a religion check.
Jeebus, take the wheel.
Just like the wheel, that's a 4. Damn,
He does
Isterus.
not respond. Yeah.
Damn, Isterus, I'm angry at you, and you're not even talking to me. Damn, I
Maybe
see how it is.
maybe
Hasn't even said he's sorry.
Maybe he's mad or something. I don't know.
Wow, can't believe it.
Okay. You find a set of elven chain.
Ooh!
Wow.
As well as what looks to be a scimitar. This is a scimitar of speed.
Echinacea will take the time to identify these items.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Is the hemocraft coming from either of them?
The scimitar of speed.
Okay. And then abjuration is coming from the elven chain?
Yep.
Well, I don't want to take either of these things from him. I thought it would be very devious stuff. This one does blood things. They'll point at the scimitar.
He's not gonna use it.
It doesn't make it ours.
Button, you want to move a little closer to your mic? Or just...
Sorry. I can't.
Well, what if we keep it safe for right now, and then we ask Elizabeth?
I'm gonna put it back, and we can ask Elizabeth. Is that okay? I don't know if that was yes or no as they're running back to put it back where it was.
Okay.
It's just Zio's just thinking that's not what I would do, but that's okay.
Okay. So you return those items back to Lucian's room. You take your little TP back just in case you'll need it later. And then you guys head towards the Baker's Guild. Any conversation you guys want to have on the way there?
Is Kaylin with us?
Do you guys want Kaylin to be with you?
Yes.
Yeah, he's there. Sure. You guys are walking, and just on the way, it seems he happens to be going to the Baker's Guild as well. Just, good morning. He has flipping through a book, pushing up his glasses. Echinacea, good to see you again. So long after last night. Good to see you, everyone.
Good to see you.
Hello, breakfast. Mind helping me out?
I have to go. The fuck did you just call him?
Breakfast.
He sort of looks. I believe we came to some sort of arrangement.
Be happy to buy a breakfast if you help me this morning.
Seem very chipper today, Caleb.
I'm sure that I can be of assistance.
Thank you very much. And Niv would, I think, feed directly from his wrist now that they're friends.
Okay. Do you do this right here in front of everybody?
Damn.
Way.
Okay. You guys see it as Nivien takes a little chompa.
Oh.
Does it look like it hurts?
He winces for sure, but after a few seconds, he just sort of calms.
Yeah, but I thought you said you liked bakers.
I think Niv likes bakers all right, but maybe not the baking part. Just the baker part.
We just got to town.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Do bakers taste like bread and sugar?
I don't think so. It's not in their
They
bloodstream.
smell nice.
Okay. Anything else with this very abrupt revelation of what just happened?
We need to remember, right?
Zio holds out their hand.
To who?
What do?
To
Niv.
Nivien.
Oh boy.
Are you offering yourself to me?
What do I taste like?
Oh. Well, sure.
Does Zio taste
Delicious.
like? Is there any
It's-
difference?
A
No.
bit of cilantro.
No, you know what? I'm wrong. A bit of cilantro. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure.
We doing
Like
this in
soap?
the open street?
Yeah, you are. Absolutely. I have this noted. 100%.
Ah, cilantro.
Delicious.
Bows.
Okay. And I take it you guys are continuing toward the Baker's Guild. Nice. You do that. You guys do make it to the Baker's Guild, and as you enter, the smell of cinnamon and warm dough, pots of black coffee, freshly roasted this morning, wafting through the air as you guys sit in this very warm establishment. Just a few other groups of people there, beginning to enjoy their breakfast. Do you find a table for yourselves, I imagine?
Yes, we do.
Okay, you guys are definitely able to find a table, and after a few moments, this older human man walks up. Good morning, welcome to the Baker's Guild. How can I help you? Would you like menus, water, coffee?
One of everything.
You got it.
May I please have your biggest coffee?
Big coffee. Would you like me to bring the tankard?
Yes.
Okay. He'll come around. The regular diner shtick, the whole pot of coffee, cups for everybody, big thing of water, cups for everybody, and then menus are dropped. This is your local Denny's.
Excellent. Echinacea is going to cast. I imagine we would have found ourselves kind of a secluded corner,
It's up to you guys.
if I may.
Yeah,
Done that.
sure.
Fantasy Denny's.
They're going to cast silence in the space between them and everyone else.
You do so. What does this look like?
I don't know. They flip to this new page that has their handwriting and Kaylin's. And as they start to trace the arcane sigildry, these almost mist-like, cloud-like runes start to emanate from the page, and it's almost like this fog appears and a snow begins to descend for just a moment, and that silence that comes with snowfall suddenly becomes apparent in the space, and then... So no one can hear us, and I have things to tell you guys.
Kaylin looks very proud. It worked very well.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's very fun.
Of course. All right. So, the floor is yours.
Yeah. So, I went with Nivien to investigate the tea garden, and it was giving off a very violent amount of necromancy, and we talked to Claudette. Their little terrarium will spiral forward, and this white lily just kind of fluffs a petal. It appears that 2 individuals had gone to the spot a few nights before. They were wearing green and black cloaks, and they had masks on that only had one eye. I'm trying to find exactly what they said because my notes are not perfect.
If their tethers can be broken, so can others. He will be pleased.
Yes. That is what the entities said. And I learned this morning that apparently the Elder Rivardine used to have a shack where the tea garden is now located, and he would work there. I'm very curious to know what this work might be, but I imagine that could be the origin, sir, of your emergence.
A single eye.
Yes.
Does that sound familiar to me or anybody else listening?
Everybody give me a history check.
I'm gonna give myself disadvantage because memory loss.
Or
No, you will not. In this instance, you will keep a straight roll.
Well, I got a 7.
Fuck.
-1. So
19.
19. Niv? Fuck. Zio?
11.
Lazuli?
30-20.
30-20.
Ooh.
Maybe God knows stuff. Sometimes.
With a DC of 20,
Huh.
Lazuli, you remember spending time in Ishwar's libraries, one of them, and reading on books of the occult, cults within the continent of Tolesh specifically. There were an abundance of them after the Scale Scourge. Once Tiamat was sent back to Avernus, people wanted to cling towards something, and this entity is only known as Silence. A cult of worshippers that move swiftly, looks like they collect information and leave. So this seems like a development of their possible dogma.
And it's just the eye symbol.
It is a humanoid face, masculine in presentation, with just one eye.
Okay. And then, what was the last thing, Echinacea, you said whenever you're bringing that up? Just to make sure that I'm in context.
I
Or
forget the last
roughly.
thing I said. I don't remember the order. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You had just stated that this may tie back to Sir's origin.
Yes, regarding the Rivardine family, who lived at the Whitmore estate before the Whitmores.
Very interesting. So I was actually doing some reading back at Ishwar, which bookmark that important developments there. But for now, but I had done some reading on some post-Gorge Taleshian cults. It was one of my first kind of, things I was doing some research on, and
She's a fan
I did
of
read
true
about
crime.
this. And I think there's not much about it, but it is this kind of nomadic knowledge seeker called just the Silence.
Ooh, I love Doctor Who. I'm very sorry.
Who's your favorite doctor?
I would most like to travel with Matt Smith, but I have a crush on David Tennant.
That's fair.
I'm sorry.
That's
So
definitely
true,
my
though,
favorite.
so true.
That's-
I just see actual doctors, like, but like playing doctors. Anyway, so yeah.
the ongoing stage play, Doctor Who.
It exists.
I'm sorry, I'm a dick.
Stage plays. Okay.
So you are suggesting that my existence relates to some sort of behaviors of this cult?
Possibly. They were aware
So-
of you. It seems that they wanted to break your tether, intuiting that other tethers could be broken if yours could. Clearly, it was successful to some degree, at least.
Hmm. This is incredibly disconcerting. Strange organizations raising people from the dead. Or wherever I was.
That's the thing. I've studied raising the dead, and they have to be willing. And you're not in your body. It's not that. It's something else.
Zuli's like heaving over her coffee. So I have some information on both that cult of how you, basically how you entered and exited the state of being. So obviously that cult of silence is how they popped you out, but I also know how you got into your predicament. So basically Kolyata has a sword and she did some stuff. I relayed the information that you told me. Basically, I'll pull up my notes. But yeah. Bad person. I literally had this
You
noted
mean,
down.
you're saying this to Echinacea though, right?
I'm saying it to all of you.
But it's about Echinacea, right?
No, this is about Sir right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that, sorry.
Wait, I need to pull this up. So because there's lots of words that sound similar to me. Basically, there's two phoenixes residing in the Feywild around the time of Kolyata's banishment. One managed to leave the plane of existence while the other was forced to stay. I remember hearing tales of an individual riding a phoenix that stayed as it was assaulted by a large raven-like monstrosity. Is that not the bit? That is the bit? Okay. But Kolyata basically pulled Sir into the Shadowfell. Do you know you came from the Shadowfell? Is that?
I do not believe I did. Perhaps assumed, but
So maybe that's why the undeadness is not like so straightforward. But I say that when Zuli's talking.
I see.
Yes.
This is quite a lot of information. So I've been pulled into the Shadowfell, and somebody has detached me from the Shadowfell?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if those parties are affiliated.
The latter being the Silence.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Knowledge seekers don't seem too bad, but
It depends.
mm-hmm.
The Arcanum are knowledge seekers, no?
They seek, they do not share.
Hmm. And since we don't know much about the silence, I'm assuming they're not big on sharing.
Did Lazuli share all of this information? The phoenixes, everything?
Yeah, about the court, but I haven't mentioned talking to Ishur about them yet. So whenever they're ready to like, but I don't want to cut this conversation short, but I will bring that
Does the Phoenix sound like
over the table.
in the vision in 0.5?
Mm.
Is that the same creature, or was that different?
That is a different creature. You
Okay.
you know what a phoenix is. This was not that. Echinacea,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
give me a history check.
For the first dream they had?
This is an addition.
Okay.
Because obviously you have the dream. That's free knowledge.
Right. What am I rolling? History?
Yes.
Questioning 20.
Questioning 20. There's a quick flash. A small subset of memories. You feel your hands, your body cold, as you're looking outward through this amber visage, one that is familiar from that dream. And you see sitting in front of you, chained, a phoenix.
It's a phoenix.
The last time they remembered this, there were dark and silver Eladrin guards.
Yep,
Are those there?
those are there, lining the wall, yes. But I'd say
They
two on
seem
each
like
side.
enemies.
They're watching both you and the phoenix. It's fair to intuit that, yes. That they are at least individuals keeping you within the space.
Do I know the phoenix's name?
You do. One moment. Where do you... I have that ADHD problem where I close my nose. Because I'm like, oh, I'm done with it. You're not done with it, dipshit. So. You know her name to be Igni. And her partner's name, the one that left the Feywild. Bless you.
Sorry.
No. Is called Pharos. Pharos.
Pronouns?
He, him. And then on Igni, she, her.
Mm-hmm. Do I know why that happened? What am I remembering?
You were
just a
just-
flash of being there.
The
It's
flash of being there, and then the names come to you. The confirmation that you've seen these phoenixes.
They retreat to their mind palace. And they go out to the Garden of Lost Things where all the trees are covered in snow except for 2. And they run through this snow-covered, ice-stricken orchard under a gray sky, fast as they can, until they come to the Tree of the Phoenixes that is almost completely covered in ice. There are these 2 little glowing spheres where they just see and remember that these phoenixes exist. And looking at these yellow spheres, they try desperately to remove ice from any part of this tree.
Give me an additional history check.
13.
13.
And I don't want to overstep. I don't know what Echinacea is like whenever they're in this state, but I do have information that could help them, and I don't know if I could do an assist to I don't know. I can wait, but
How would you want to try and assist? I don't want to take that away from you.
what am I seeing whenever I see them? Or is
Echinacea?
this in a split second? 'Cause
They
I
get
don't wanna-
quiet and like any person trying to recall knowledge, brow furrows, their tendency is to look down, and you see that far away. You see that they are not looking at something in the space. Yeah, and they just go very still.
I'd say with your passive insight, Lazuli, you're able to clock that. If you
Okay.
want to then share this information that they would hear, that would give them advantage.
I think I'm going to cast Druidcraft if I can.
Yeah.
And if like either leaning close, I don't know where I'm sitting, but basically just like lightly touch their arm and then like open my hand and then make kind of like a little sphere of snow if they could see it, or at least just like try to feel my intention. Like I don't want to disturb them, but I want to communicate with the snow enough images of what Ishor told me that might help, and like either it like falls into wherever their sightline is, and it kind of is like a swirling,
Almost like a snow globe.
Snow globe of what I was told,
Okay.
in my attempt to tell them, and I'm just kind of like trying to give them like a warmth and a presence, and like just gradually. I don't want to shock them out of where they are, but I want to give them more information.
Echinacea, please roll with advantage.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And you shared everything that Ishwar did. Okay?
Yes.
So Echinacea,
Oh.
you now know that.
You want me to tell
What?
you the things?
Yeah, I can go look back. So that is a 21.
Oh, nice.
So, you know that Igni in specific was aiding you and Ishwar. This comes back to your memory. As Phoenix Feather was integral to this alchemical formula. So, you had gone on an expedition when this journey to try and separate Koliata from Ryan began. And you had met Igni and completed trials with her. Academic trials to earn her trust. And you did so with flying colors. She freely offered you a phoenix feather to aid in your research. And when it came time to go to the Feywild, she was not going to let you go alone. And of course, Foros was not going to let her go alone. So, you went in, but unfortunately, the tide was turned. Igni shielded you, encasing you in amber, making sure that you would not be harmed, as they ordered Foros to leave, as he jettisoned the Feywild, coming back to the material plane. That is what
And
you
this
know.
was in Koliata's court, the Winter
Yes.
Court.
Which was, as you can see, in ruins. The castle, the court itself, shambles.
This is very helpful. This is a lot to take in. Also, I am aware the first time I looked into phoenixes, I was aware that exactly 50 years ago a phoenix left the Feywild. Correct?
Yes.
That's Foros, so this was
That's
50
Foros.
years ago.
Mhm.
Okay. That answers a lot of things. I know where I've been for 50 years, and it's stuck in a block of amber. Okay. Koliata was still in her court. But now she's not. You say that Ishwar says she's not there. And that she's weakening the longer she's not in the Fey court. So that happened in the past 50 years. And I don't know how.
Something to do with the sword. The corruption of Coralon, I
Rhyme.
believe?
No.
Rhyme. Yes.
Yes.
Coralon made the sword vine that's corrupting her.
And this is all news to all of you, as Coralon is one of the prime deities of the Alloyed Pantheon.
Yeah, I knew he made the Song of Arvindor, correct? I didn't know he made
You know
Rhyme.
he made the Song of Arvindor, but finding out that he made Rhyme, this weapon that is unstable, corrupting, that's shocking. Because the tale being spun here, especially by Ishwar's tale, is that this is a selfish individual. This is a piece of shit.
Coralon?
Yes.
Coralon?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Does not paint Coralon in a positive light at all, which is scary, I imagine. But yes, you learn that.
Ishra will be here soon to help us figure this all out.
What? Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's a lot.
Well, Zio's just been like stuffing their face with food while this is being silently listening, eating.
I'm sorry. I feel like we got off track. We're here in Iyo Thalor to learn about what happened to Sir after that incident with the Owl King, aren't we? That's what we're doing.
Well, I think we were trying to find information that contextualizes everything. That's why
Mm.
we were heading to northwards, so this is a good step in the right direction.
Mhm.
I don't think you need to apologize. I think it's all a little muddled together. We know more of your involvement, yes?
I imagine that rhyme is the corrupting influence here. That if I was trying to separate Kuliata from rhyme, it makes me think that she's trapped by it.
But Echinacea, from what Ishra told me, you have something that can help. We have to figure it out. It's hidden away. But there's something more. And I think we're very capable. And there's something else that will help us, for sure.
So taking stock, I was tethered to the Shadowfell, and something named Silence has freed me from that tether.
Or followers of this silence.
Echinacea. I was killed 50 years ago in a conflict with Coralon and her agents. Echinacea was trying to stop the corruption of Coralon.
Not Well, I was trying to
Koliata.
stop Rhyme's corruption on
Koliata,
Koliata. Yes, and the fight you were in was with Koliata also.
With
not
Koliata,
Coralon.
yeah. I meant Koliata and was saying Coralon.
Okay.
Sorry. Koliata. And in doing so, we're sealed in amber. And since then, Koliata's been free, and all of this relates to some item made by Coralon. A sword.
A sword which I believe may be controlling her. Given my former research while still in the Arcanum, and this new information that we've gathered. Lazuli's gathered.
Do you think someone is forcing Koliata to act?
Yes, I believe
Without-
the blade itself is.
The blade made by Coral.
Coralon's blade.
I'm so sorry. Coralon's blade.
So I was working to separate her from the blade. And if you say there's something else, Lazuli, then maybe I made a breakthrough. But I don't think I have it in my brain. I'll go look for it. Back to the... No.
You don't find it. You don't.
I don't find it. No, it's not there.
Do you go to every room?
Yes.
Nothing.
It sure will help. He seemed confident. We can just focus on what needs to be done here. And it seems like it's a passive unraveling. The more we try to chase something that we don't know, I don't know how much that's going to bring us forward, but as we explore other avenues of everyone's paths, it seems somehow that does help you unravel yours. So take heart in whatever you feel pulled to, I suppose. Also, I did have a question, sir.
Yes.
How long have you been untethered? Or perhaps, how long have you been in this state? You know?
A few weeks.
Weeks. And you haven't seen any hint of the silence? Anyone with these green cloaks or one-eyed mans whatsoever?
Not once.
Strange.
Isn't it weird that Sir, the organization that Sir worked for was called the Ebon Eye?
Ebon Eye.
Just the eye.
Wasn't it
And
plural? No,
And
because
now there's these people with the iconography of an eye who seem to know, maybe.
It is possible.
Do you think that maybe these silence people might have any relation to your people? To the Ebony people?
And there's one way to find out, which is discovering who they are. Finding a way to track them.
Hmm.
And proceeding from there. But excellent thinking, Zio. Perhaps. I must admit, much of this sounds beyond me. While we wait, are there other matters we should discuss?
I'm gonna go down to the lower block if anybody would like to come along.
Along that line, I took a walk there this morning.
Oh.
I was curious about what you had spoken, and I do see neglect, perhaps, is the best word.
I took a walk last evening and saw the same.
I was trying to formulate ways in which we could perhaps help in a larger scale. I had intended to perhaps petition Lady Whitmore, but alas, I gave away all of my worldly earnings and thought that perhaps there is a project going on down there, a hospital, which would inevitably bring work once completed, the construction of which creates work, and it would also do a public good. If there were ways that we could engage in supporting that in a formal way, perhaps we could slowly begin bettering the situation down there.
Who's overseeing the construction?
I believe it is the people of the lower block, which is to say that they have a dire need for this and have not been able to procure a means to it beyond their own.
That's good. It means that they're not being taken advantage by anyone from not their own domain.
Certainly, but I wouldn't mind also providing some fiscal support, perhaps, in the appropriate ways. Lazuli, I don't know. This is your wheelhouse, from what I can tell.
Definitely think Lady Whitmore would be someone to ask, and also the people themselves. One must not assume what they may need. But yes, I have many ideas, but I would like to hear the word on the street.
Very well. Just some thoughts. Are we waiting in this location? No, we have a few days before your friend arrives, correct?
Indeed.
In the meantime, I would like... Do we have the text of the missive? What did it say precisely that he intended, Lucian?
The missive was a request to receive weapons and armaments from Sunwall to begin the process of taking over Iyo Thalor.
Who is he going to employ?
Whoever Sunwall deemed worthy. He just requested to be a vassal to the state.
Nivien,
Yes.
where did you find this missive?
It was given to me by a mutual friend.
They tell you how long ago it had been sent, and if it had been received?
I
They
don't-
didn't mention it, but you saw Sunwall sigildry on it.
No, but I recognized the sigil.
Are we meant to intuit that it like went through their mail and they did see it? Got it. Okay. And this missive arrived back in this city.
To be honest, I'm not sure where it was acquiesced from its travels. Could have been anywhere from Sunwall to here.
If you intended to follow through on this missive, would you send it back to its writer? I wouldn't.
Yeah, I will say, Nivien, you know Sunwall is many things. Petty is one of them. So if they stamped something and sent it back, they don't give a fuck.
This would be an indication that they are not operating in secret.
And that they don't intend to follow through, maybe.
Perhaps. Sunwall always acts in its own best interests, would not risk more than is willing.
And above table, that would be to send weapons and armaments from Sunwall and begin the process of taking over Iyo Thalor would be an act of war, correct? And right now they're trying to secede?
Yep.
My guess is that they are unwilling to enter open conflict at this time.
It would not make that much sense from a strategic point of view, though they will always be opportunist if it seems as though it could be something that serves them. Is that right? I'm just kind of...
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Well, sir, I would like to later this week. Sorry, sir, just got back.
Sorry. I need a
You're
water.
good.
You're fine. We're gonna take
Sorry.
a break in just when we're done with this conversation.
Sir, I would love to offer my assistance in potentially training doctors for this new hospital. But I think today I would like to do research. There's the creation of vestiges to look into, and Shadowfell tethers, and planar bleed, the silence in the ebon eye, and Elder Rivardin, who I believe may have been part of this, and there's just a lot.
I think that is a capital idea. I think perhaps I will leave that to your greater minds. And I will go and speak to a friend of mine in the city who had been putting a little thought into my armor. Perhaps I can find some clues there that might help further inform whatever research you come back with. Beyond just my existence, but it would seem whatever tie it has to Corlada and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Capital.
Okay.
Shall we then? I don't know. I missed half of that conversation. I don't actually know where we're at.
Yeah, is there anything else that anybody wants to broach at this breakfast conversation? Lou's doing a really good think.
Well, I'll be hitting the streets. If there's anything that anyone needs, or would like me to keep an ear out for, let me know.
The Revardines.
Yeah.
Be headed down to the lower block.
Okay, so it definitely seems like people are kind of splitting off in their own directions. Okay. With that, there's nothing else, party? All right, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. We've been playing for a good couple hours now, so we're gonna go ahead and take about 10-minute break. Thank you guys for tuning in to session 5. We'll see you guys shortly. Bye-bye.
Bye.
They can see and hear you. Hello, everybody. We were
Hello.
missing a Lou. She was freezing, so we're going to get her back in a little bit. The party is splitting off. Who's going where? Who wants to start?
Zio knows that they're going to be heading down to the lower block specifically.
Sure.
So going back to see Milana, if I'm not mistaken, that was her name, a tavern keeper.
Melena, yep.
Melena. Okay, Melena. So Zio is heading down over to the tavern.
You do so. Easy enough. You've been there before. It is not a hard trek. As soon as you get there, though, you are met with a bit of a chaotic scene. A few people standing outside of this small hole-in-the-wall establishment. City guards just sort of walking around. That's fucking way too much. City guards just sort of walking about and talking to a few of the individuals. You do see Melina standing outside, crying and panicked.
Zio rushes over to her. What's wrong? What's going on here? Are you okay? Is everyone okay?
No.
What's...
Came down to open business today and looks at you with a fair bit of unassuredness on how to broach the topic. The three like you murdered.
From the Bright Fury.
Yes.
How were they discovered?
They were splayed in the common floor.
Inside the tavern? So the guards are they inside the tavern right now? Is there anyone inside the tavern? So it's an ongoing investigation then?
This is fresh.
Fresh. Okay.
It's still
and I'm
early enough in
assuming-
the day, like bars don't open at 7:00 in the morning, so she's just kind of getting her day started here. Yep.
I'm assuming there's like groups of people sort of like gathering around trying to get a peek and a look.
Kind of trying to get a look. You see there are people that are coming in to begin shifts, but they're not letting anybody in, just because they're conducting an investigation.
Yeah. Zio, is this a tavern that is bracketed between two buildings,
Yes.
or is there alleyways in between? So there's no other way.
Through the front door.
That's only the front door. Okay. So seeing all of that, Zio just makes a mental note of it. Turns back to Melina and just says, "Do you have anywhere safe to go to?"
Yes, I have a friend I can stay with.
Okay. I'm assuming you're not quite trustful of the city guard? Or...
They're just not here often. not bad, but
I can't really disclose. I'm from the Bright Fury myself to them. But I will try in return and make my own investigation. And keep you updated, considering that this is your establishment and your place of business.
well, it is mine, so I can allow you in if you wish to look, but it is grim.
I'm sure I've seen plenty bad.
I thought the same thing.
Oh? Okay. Well, if you will allow me to investigate
She
under
sort of,
your name.
yeah, she looks at the guard standing nearest her, taps them on the shoulder. This one is a member of the Bright Fury and would like to just take a look. And the guard just sort of, go ahead.
Zeosen kind of shortly looks at the guards. Kind of gives him a 1-2 and then turns to the scene of the crime. What?
Content warning for gore. It's posted in chat.
Mhm.
These men and women and people were not only torn to shreds, it is apparent that through their figure, they were drained of their blood. Give me an investigation check.
I'm gonna use my inspiration
Please.
because that was not good.
Actually, for another reason, you have advantage. Something that you experienced this morning.
Teen.
19?
18.
18.
Mhm.
So they were cut down with blades. You can tell on each of their necks, 2 puncture wounds. Similar to the one that you have on your wrist right now. From your experience with Nivien. And with an 18 on your investigation check, you do see one white lily on the counter. But these men are almost paraded in a mockery. Sat up to be made to look like they're having drinks. Their faces stretched to mimic laughter. It's horrific.
Zio is not going to touch the bodies,
Makes
but
sense.
is there anything aside from the white lily in this room? Any sort of fabric, any sort of like maybe hair, like anything that would show an altercation aside from the way that this diorama of horror has been set up?
Nothing. It is clear that whoever did this is not their first time. And these 3 individuals were woefully outclassed.
And it was just the 3 of them. There's no
Just the 3.
other.
There were, and you can tell outside, people that you recognize from seeing the other day. They're outside and alive. This is targeted.
Zio's gonna try and take the lily.
You grab it. Absolutely. It's not affixed to anything. It is just sitting there almost like a calling card.
He's gonna tuck it away.
Okay, you do so.
And I was gonna go back out and go.
One of the guard does walk up to you. Femme presenting individual. Drow. It is a devastating sight, and I'm sorry you had to witness it. The Bright Fury do good work. And I'm sorry that they were treated this way.
Zio doesn't say anything. Just gives him a little nod and then walks out and goes back to Melina.
You do, yeah.
I came by to drop this off and then hands him over the bracelets and trinkets. Just another fate from myself and the Whitmores. Maybe this can help with emotional compensation of this. I have some investigating to do of my own. But it seems that the people of Iyo Thalor won't have to worry. At least not yet. This felt targeted.
That is very unfortunate. You are free here anytime.
Was there anyone strange? Anyone average height, dark hair, long, very warrior type?
Nothing like that, but there was a woman who came in. A tiefling. Like yourself. Not like yourself, you're obviously from the Scorched Isle, but she, grey-skinned tiefling. Deep raven blue hair. Bright yellow eyes. She came in and bought around. Seemed to enjoy the space. She did carry blades. I didn't get a name.
Zio sort of like tension sort of visibly fades from them at the realization that Nivien has not been described. But they nod and then thank Melina.
She nods. Appreciation in her body language.
I know it's a rough time to be mentioning this, but the hospital that the lower block seems to be taking charge of, my allies and I might be working on something to help out with that. So expect a bit of graciousness coming your way soon.
The kindness is deeply appreciated. And though we may feign being good without it, it would be deeply appreciated.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. And
I'll speak
Zio
to you soon.
heads off.
Mhm.
Okay. Who's next? Sir.
I can go next. I'm sure it won't take too long. Lady Whitmore had said that Harry had been given the time off, correct?
He's got some time off, yeah.
Do I know where I would find him if not at his smith?
You know where he lives.
Okay. I head towards his home.
You do so. Yeah, the day is a bit of a crisp one. Even given your form, it is a bit nippy. But you are definitely able to venture toward the upper districts, not too far off. You're kind of at the intersection between the upper and lower blocks. You're at the height of the arms district across from the guild host. Very humble home, very nice oak wood, definitely built from hand, as opposed to however else you'd build a house in a fantasy world, because I'm really good at what I do. Cool. Yeah, but you definitely see the home. Give me a bloody fucking minute. I'm busy. What do you want? Who is it? The lady gave me off. I'd like the time to be off.
Which question should I answer first?
There he is. Oh, door opens. This short, portly black man. These dreads sort of falling from his head. Pleasure to fucking see you, sir. Come on in. Welcome to me home.
See you, Harry. Yes. He kind of leans and goes through the door.
Yep. Sort of. You can see he's already pouring himself a glass of whiskey. As he sits. Would you like one?
I hate to impose, but do you have tea?
Fuck. Yeah. He goes.
I don't mean to be a bother.
He puts on a tea kettle, begins to boil the water. Right. Welcome back. Heard you had a bit of an experience.
Oh, well, I had not planned to return so soon, but here I am. We ran into the King of the Woods, or whatever that individual's calling themselves.
They got kings in the woods now.
Well, we disposed of him.
So they don't have kings in the woods now?
I suppose for now, until somebody else elects to do so, or works with a hag who apparently lives there, which is something we should also perhaps spend some time dealing with. But unfortunately, we have many matters at our hands.
My ex-wife was a hag.
I'm not certain if you are using it in a sort of tongue-in-cheek, derogatory sort of way, or a literal way, Harry.
I'll let you stew on that for a moment, sir.
Are you trapped by a hag? Well, perhaps we should place all of our business on hold. I will assemble my cohort of companions.
No, it was...
And we can help save
It was derogatory.
A joke, then. Oh,
What can I do for you, sir?
well, I came by to let you know that your child is doing well.
You met Primrose.
Yes. They are eating.
Good.
And
They forget
studying.
sometimes. The brain just keeps working.
Yes, very, very, very impressive individual. They perhaps have found a romantic partner.
What do you mean by that?
I did not pry into the details, as it seems perhaps to... It was not my business, but they were happy.
Oh, they were happy, were they?
A little sleep-deprived, perhaps.
Damn it.
But happy.
It's good to know.
They're hale and healthy, and they missed you dearly.
Good.
Um,
I'm glad they're healthy. Glad they're happy. Thank you again for checking in.
Of course. But yes, why I come here other than that is, of course, pleasantries and perhaps a little bit of business at the end. But first, teas and touching base.
Pours tea, hands it to you. There you are. He puts just he pours the tea into his whiskey and just starts drinking.
Ah, that is... Never mind.
Flavors don't really mix well to... Bleh. How's your armor? You need me to help work out some of those kinks?
Oh, certainly that would be wonderful. And it was also... There was an incident the other day.
An incident.
Perhaps.
Oy.
We had just felled this king figure.
The king, not king of the woods anymore.
Yes. The disposed of despot of the forest. As we lay waste to this individual, unfortunately, they were not going to come peacefully. I was dragged back into what we believe to be the Shadowfell. The armor remained, as did a little bit of my flickering essence. But I was pulled back, and I was hoping to speak to you and gain your expertise on... I don't know what, Harry. I am beyond my depths and capacity, and far greater minds than mine also have their attention angled at what this all means, and they struggle themselves as well.
Well, not really an expert on the Shadowfell, good sir. But your armor, the form that you're taking, that's more of my expertise. So, I can take a look at you, see if there are any sort of remnants that...
Yes, please.
Sure.
Where would you like me to stand?
Just sit right there. You deserve to be comfortable while I poke and prod at you. You see he walks as he puts on two large leather gloves, ones that you've seen before with these arcane apparatus, similar to what you've seen Lazuli create with the arcane conduit. Conductor. Fuck. So you do see as he begins to sort of take his tools and just kind of examine the space around and your form. I'm gonna make a roll for the boy.
Roll, boy.
Natural 20.
Are you shitting me?
No.
Harry, pierce the veil. Tell me what I am.
You're a man made of metal.
Oh, fuck. I had no idea.
So the form itself is solid. There's not, obviously, a body in here. There's something. It's not... I imagine it's not the body you're used to.
I do not believe so.
Noted. It's strange. I've seen flames like this before. Flames you're admitting. Or ones like it.
Really?
Power in forges. It's almost like the fire's keeping you alive. Or it's an indicator of where you are at any given point. I'm not sure what you are, sir. I'm not really good at the old undeath, assigning life to individuals, that sort of thing, but the way I look at you, the way that you move when the fire's its brightest. Sorry. Hi, Lou. Okay, let me just adjust camera real quick. But the way that your form adapts to what's inside of you. I look at you almost like a forge.
So I am the flame?
If I was a philosophical man, maybe I'd liken the flame to your soul. That's the piece that's making the armor move. If that makes sense.
If that were the case,
Means you got a body somewhere.
not only that, but give me a moment.
Yeah, sure.
And I think for the first time ever, he's going to focus inwards on... He doesn't know what. This is kind of a shot in the dark on Josh's part. Whatever holds this armor to him, he's been treating the armor like his physical form. But instead, he attempts to focus on his physical form being that soul, that lingering flame. And he's going to attempt to... I don't want to say remove the armor, but, like, pass from it.
I would like you to make a constitution check.
Oh, bad idea. Okay. Whoopsie poopsie. Oh, natural 20, bitch! Sorry. I don't mean to yell at you. I love you. You're beautiful.
I'm a bitch.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I've heard him. I'm sorry.
I never
excitement
stop
was-
being hurt. I'm a little piss baby. So, sir,
Yeah.
how do you do this? What are you feeling? How are you moving?
I think in his mind, that's the ticket. He has been moving on muscle reflex. He's been fighting, shifting, dabbing, killing, talking. And he's never really considered what is achieving that. The physical, the tangible, are the metallic plates that hold his form together. And this time, instead of focusing on lifting a leg that is a black-clad piece of armor, he focuses on a leg that is a lingering, flickering flame of mist.
As you step forward, your greave falls to the wayside, clanging on the ground. You find purchase on the floor as you see this form of flame and mist become solid. Do you continue?
I think he looks towards Harry. Takes another step forward.
The same thing happens.
It is deeply important that we ascertain what I am for something far greater beyond me and my existence now, Harry. The question is no longer myself, but tied up in some conflict of deities. Yes. Capital. And then he will kind of pull himself from the entire metallic form. Or attempt to.
What do you look like?
I think it is entirely that flickering mist. And initially it is a humanoid form as he kind of steps away, but it almost seems to kind of fade outwards, dissipating. That arm is there one moment and then vanishes with a lick of flame and then returns, almost as if this energy is roiling up his body, and the peak of this misty flame, it dissipates like a firewood, taking on different shapes and forms, and occasionally you'll see an arm in it. It's a vaguely humanoid shape and kind of stays in size, and you can see flickering through the flames. Similar how on the armor there was a skull, a jet black, barely visible face to it. You see the same kind of skull in the flame flickering upwards, and it fades in and out as if not completely corporeal.
Oh boy.
Ah.
Well, I just lost a bet.
With whom?
I dare not say.
Well, I suppose we should see if I can get back into it.
Do your best.
Very good. And he begins to move and reaches for the armor again, trying to kind of shift back into it.
It picks up, floating back to you, attaching to your form.
It takes 15 minutes.
No, it doesn't.
Sorry. Oh, shit.
It does not. Almost like pure magnetism. It just, at the thought of you willing the armor back on, especially with a natural 20, it is...
It's Iron Man.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think he kind of turns the hand downwards, and you see him kind of grasp it again, and he sees... I feel more real when attached to this armor. At the very least.
Well, then stay attached to it. If you want, I'm not your dad.
I have just created more questions, which I'm sure my companions will be disconcerted about. But at least we have a little more regarding the nature of my existence. Thank you, Harry.
Of course.
I will stop by again before we leave. I think we'll be here for a few days at least. Perhaps longer.
You're always welcome.
Oh, about those stuffs. Shall we look at those?
He's already working. As soon as it came back to your form, he just started working. And be sure to bring your friends next time.
Yes, of course. I did not want to intrude, but absolutely. They're all so busy.
He looks at a big empty house. Ah, yes, truly intruding.
Oh, Harry, my friend, I am...
Let's not make it more emotional than it has to be. He keeps working on the armor.
What? And Sir just kind of engages him with conversation.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Who's next?
I'll go.
Okay. Echinacea, what are you doing?
Echinacea, since we're leaving the guild host, will stop at the Red Feather on their way to the Lore Keep.
Okay, you absolutely do that.
They run up to Casimir's door and they knock on it.
You're pounding on it. Yes, good day. What time is it?
It's me.
Come in. Duke is on his back on the floor, just asleep.
Oh,
yeah.
They go down and belly rubs.
He wakes up and is just super stoked. Yeah.
My baby boy. They look to Casimir. I have questions for you.
I love it when you have questions. Please ask away.
That's my favorite. You said that you could find members of the Sunwall Academy via a brand.
Correct.
Do you still have your brand?
I have the scar it left, but the brand itself is no longer magical. He sort of lifts the back of his shirt, and you see, I'll do a quick content warning, just because it's, we're branded. You idiot. God damn it. Yeah, you go. Thank you, Blaine. Appreciate it. It is this 3-inch by 3-inch burn mark. This brand that is the arcane symbol of imprisonment.
little on the nose.
Somewhat like being direct.
And what did the brand do when it was functional?
Made it so that the people who were above me could keep track. It's not a permanent look. It's a way for them to check in if and when they choose. It gives a general location. It's helpful for transportation and teleportation spells. And there's a less savory use. If we are out of line. It used to be, for me, brambles would shackle me and wrap around my throat.
Bad.
Sorry.
There's no need to apologize. It is in the past.
How did you dispel its magic?
I didn't.
You dispelled its magic.
My to-be husband.
Ow. Okay. That hurt me. Okay.
He had a spell scale from Zarini with a remove curse. And that seemed to do the job. I imagine something like a greater restoration magics you are now able to learn would be also useful.
I'm not quite that good yet.
Soon.
Remove curse is actually closer. It's not yet. Casimir,
Yes.
when we were going to do the jailbreak and you were first giving ideas, you talked about casting non-detection on us. It occurs to me that a target is sitting inside of the Whitmore estate, fully visible to the Sunwall Academy.
I can do that. I can spend some time in the prison and create something that will have the spell go off when needed.
That is brilliant. Wow, okay. Okay,
It will take me some
Wow.
time, a few days.
okay.
That is something for me to do.
Thank you for telling me about
It only made sense.
Do you mean?
Will you remind me of him? Vala.
I can't imagine a greater compliment.
Would you like to hear about how we met?
Yes.
Pours tea. Sits with you. At the time, I was a bit of a shithead. Much like the man who's imprisoned in the Whitmore estate now. The Arcanum got to me, and I was arrested. The guard in charge of my cell was Vala. I remained quiet, resentful of my imprisonment, if you could imagine. He was kind. Told me about the weather when he entered for his shift. He begins to sort of change his demeanor The weather outside is very nice, as he tries to mimic Thalor's voice. It's warm out today. He's always plucky. I resented it. I did not respond.
That makes sense.
And then he started bringing me books. Slowly over time, my anger lessened. And we talked. And he asked me a question that nobody had ever asked me. Why? Not why I did what I did, not why it was important, but why did I waste an opportunity to do good? I see so much of that in you.
Aasimar, I will do my best to live up to him.
You have to live up to no one but yourself. I just wanted to share that the things you do bring a lot of warmth to me.
Thank you for telling me this story. It's its own kind of North Star.
Sort of tilts his head with a bit of a shift in the way that they speak. I'm glad.
I realize I have to go do something.
Please, I will be here.
Thank you. They give him a kiss on the cheek. And they head back to the Whitmore estate instead of the lore key.
Okay, what are you doing at the Whitmore estate?
Go to the dungeons.
You do so. There's a guard standing watch. Hello, how can I help you?
Hello, I would like very much to speak to Lucien.
You see, he kind of taps, similarly to what you've seen the Arcanum do, tap a brooch on his breast. Is this okay? Okay. Unlocks the door. He's the only one in the block, so down the hall.
Thank you. And they pull the book that they took from Lucien's room out. And they start flipping through the pages. And they look up as they walk down the hall and say, actually, what is the weather like outside?
It is sunny, but beginning to get chilly. There's no real breeze going on, but it is a bright, sunny, and crisp day.
It is a crisp, warm day outside. Hello.
Sort of looks. Lucien shackled at the wrist, just wearing linen, his trousers and boots. I suppose that's good to know. Shame I won't be seeing it. Why are you here?
I would like for you to be able to see it. And I know that that's not in the cards right now.
It could be.
As you've
You could
attempted-
just open the door.
Yes, it is in the realm of possibility, but it is not something I'm going to do. Your missive, I saw the drafts.
And? It's further evidence of my crimes, yes?
It's evidence of some desperation.
I'm not desperate.
No.
No.
What are you?
Intent on living.
Yes, right. That doesn't sound desperate at all.
Are you intent on living? Does that matter to you? Would you call that desperation?
I think it depends on the emphasis you give that drive in your life. If your main intention is to live, that connotes a desperation. I had never thought about whether or not I wanted to live until you asked me just now. I don't know the answer. But I want to give you the opportunity to live.
Why? Why do you care? What? Did Nivien put you up to this?
No.
Did Sly?
Sly.
Never mind.
It's very simple. I don't want to see people rot in prison. Whether you do is not up to me. It is up to you. You do not have to like me. You do not have to talk to me. But know that I am taking a vested interest in your efforts at reformation. I will be a nuisance. I will be around when I can. And the rest is up to you.
Give me an insight check.
I'm not good at that. Rolled okay. 13.
13. There's almost anger at pity. What he perceives to be pity.
Mm-hmm. Would it help you to know that I am doing this selfishly? I have lived 93.75% of my existence in prison. And I wish that someone had advocated for me sooner.
Did you commit a crime?
No.
Did.
Okay. I watched a person commit a crime as soon as I woke up. It's not as uncommon as you might think.
True.
I think that it is important that you be here. Or important that you meet justice. But I don't think justice is someone rotting in a cell.
Hypothetically, if I was interested in that, how the fuck could I get out of here sooner?
Sorry, me, Button, did my master's in restorative justice in prison libraries. So I'm like, oh boy, okay, let's back up.
Mm-hmm.
It would depend on you. Accepting responsibility for what you have done. Repairing damage you may have caused. And reintegrating into society. Seeking out tasks you can do that are worthy. There's a hospital being built nearby. How fortunate for you. You don't have to decide right now. You are allowed to be angry with me. You are correct that I don't know you. The offer stands.
Sort of leans in. Are you reading my mind right now?
No, I make it a point not to invade people's minds. I don't like that.
I definitely taken aback at the offer and processing it, while still trying to maintain an air of I'm great and perfect and not a problem at all.
Also, I will be having a wizard stop by to handle that. In the meantime, and they pull out Fairy Tales of Aosha. I would like to read this at some point. However, it occurs to me you might be very bored. And they slide it into the cell.
He grabs it. A smirk on his face with a 13 insight, you said? Is what you got before?
Yeah, I'm not great.
It's above average. He's already looking for a way to manipulate this. You can tell that he's thinking that. And that he's just sort of...
Go for it.
I will humbly think on your offer. And what was your name again?
My name is Echinacea Belrose. You can call me Doctor if you don't like names.
Thank you, good doctor.
I didn't like the addition of the adjective, but okay.
I will take my time and think on this very generous proposal.
Would you like this as well? I see you've thumbed through it quite a bit. They hold up the text from his room.
There's a bit of possessiveness there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They also hand that over.
Yes.
Vampirism, thralls, lycanthropy, cult-born illnesses, hag rot. They look him in the eyes. Were you diagnosed as a child?
I don't need your pity.
It's not pity, I'm curious.
Yes.
Looking at this individual and knowing that he attended the Sunwall Academy, am I getting any... Like, Casimir has the lightning up the arms, right? And I don't know if it's super visible. Nivien has fangs. Is there anything on this dude that is equivalent to those things?
Give me an investigation check with advantage. given your reasoning.
Ooh. It's an 18 on the dice, and I'm a good investigator. 25.
You know that he and Elizabeth are humans. You know this. His ears are a tad elongated and ridged on the inside like that of a bat.
Oh.
And with the information you looked at in the book, the particular section of lycanthropy was on werebats.
Ooh. Do you know when the next full moon is?
He rolls his eyes. I'm not afflicted by the full moon.
I'd still like to know.
Oh shit. No, I have no fucking idea.
Okay, fair. They... Yeah. I think they go to leave. They look at the shackles, and is the guard, like, nearby?
He's at the door, so he's not super close.
With your first steps at reintegration, I will see about having those removed. They look at the shackles. With your second step, I will see about a means of spatial binding so that you can traverse more of this space. And I will see about expanding it. The more work you on yourself and for the people of this city, if you so choose.
You see him as he just sort of pulls up on the shackles because they're on the bars in front of him. He just you see that tenacity still forefront in his vision, but there's a bit of a crack of the facade. It's just the
Is that fair?
Yes.
Enjoy your reading, and they will head out.
Okay. And then just for checking in a bit, are you going to Lore Keep?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And then we have Lazuli and Niv up next, I believe. Preference on who goes next?
Niv was also gonna go see Lucian, but first they're gonna stop and buy some booze.
You definitely buy some booze, and I will say that you pass Echinacea as they leave, as they're heading out of the Whitmore dungeons.
Oh,
Hello, Nivien.
fancy meeting you here.
I haven't asked him any terribly relevant questions yet, but I learned a spell called Zone of Truth that, when we are all together, perhaps might be useful.
That would be one way to get the truth out of him, I suppose. Is there anything I can help with?
I think it would help me if you didn't kill him, but I cannot expect you to do anything.
I hadn't planned on it. For you or for otherwise.
They give Nivien's hand an appreciative squeeze. He's a real asshole.
You have no idea.
I believe you.
Okay.
As I think
Please.
there's just a quick glance at Nivien's neck. They don't say anything, but I feel like that's something I should allow Zen the opportunity to see.
Please.
It's only fair.
Give me a perception check, Niv.
8.
Okay.
Little focused on the hand squeezed and didn't catch that one.
Fair enough. If there's anything I can do for you, I'm heading to the Lore Keep.
Well, I wouldn't dare dream of keeping you from that, but do remember not to be too nice to him.
I make no promises.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, Niv, you.
And so Niv has 3 flasks. One
Okay.
for the guard, one for themselves, and one for Lucian.
The guard just sort of. Thank you very much. Go ahead. I guess it's visiting hours now.
It is.
Lets you in. He just sort of, given Echinacea's precedent, he's just like, yeah, fuck it, go in. Ugh.
Hello, you smarmy old bastard.
Can't a man get some fucking peace?
I brought you booze, the kind you like from the docks job.
Give it now.
Yes.
Now.
Yeah, take it.
Did you send the doctor?
No.
They truly are just kind.
Yes.
Fuck.
Isn't it odd?
In our line of work, yes. Quite.
It's very strange. Took me a while to believe it, to be honest, but there is no play there.
Now I'm thinking all introspectively about why I did what I...
Isn't it awful? They have that effect on
I
me as
loathe
well.
this.
I know.
What do you want?
Did you think it was going to work?
What do you think?
No. You didn't have a choice.
I had a choice. I made it.
Why?
You are horrifically aware of what Sunwall is capable of. What they are creating.
Of course.
If war breaks out, Nivien, and it will, the Republic of Shenthir and the Kingdom of Kolderol have no defense. They will cut through this nation like warm butter. You know this. If I offered up the city I rule, well, that's right, I don't rule it. But the city in my charge, maybe they would protect me when that war starts.
Sophia, you made this decision out of fear.
Calculation. Foresight. The things that people wish to ignore. Fucking yourself included. What are you doing?
Becoming a liability.
Yes, you are.
So you know what I must do then?
No, I don't. Please, enlighten me.
It's the same option left to you now.
You want to defect?
Don't you? Haven't you wanted more?
Above game, I am going to roll to see if Dr. Satosh is aware of the conversation happening. 2 rolls. One for Kaylin, Jesus. One for Lucian. Kaylin somewhere. What the fuck did I do? And one for Nivien.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
It's both and he can't. His brain
Explodes. It is a 2 and a 4. He is not cognizant of the conversation that is being had.
Lucky.
Yeah. Of course. The idea sounds wonderful, but that just means we're on the wrong side. The losing side. Are you happy with that?
To be honest, everyone has to die at some point, even us.
That was the whole point. Ascending to godhood. Living forever.
I've met a dead man. There's more we don't know.
Well.
Do you want to be a pawn forever? Think about his face. Think about his face when he sees us on that side. If he doesn't already know, if he's not making that face now. Think about it.
Well, then I will spend the rest of my life looking back for people like us. Do you know why Sly was here?
No. A job?
Yes, at the behest of Dr. Satosh. She didn't tell you.
No.
Did she not tell you, or were you too wrapped around her fucking finger?
It's not my business what her job is. If it's
Did you ask?
Concerns. No, I didn't ask. She told me a little bit, but I didn't press. Why? What do you know?
Enough. Why should I tell you? Hmm? You didn't ask the question. Why should I tell you?
They hand them their own flask.
Oh, that's a good start.
You're a caged animal, Lucien. Take back a bit of dignity.
He just tries to... Like, he pushes into the bars, just visibly frustrated. Obviously, he can't fucking do anything. Three Bright Fury. Getting too smart. Somehow found information on Sunwall. Was going to be disseminating it. As they do.
Right, Fury.
Your pretty little paramour made sure that did not happen. She gutted them.
Fuck.
Drained them of their blood. And made a mockery of their corpses. She did that. You want to talk about who's on the wrong side? What will his face be when we're on the opposite? It seems you already are.
Do you think he's coming for you? Do you think you'll be saved by him?
No.
You're a smart man, Lucien. Sometimes.
I fear the day that I see someone clad in our attire, coming to wake me in the morning. Just as you should be fearful.
I am. Not for myself. For once.
Your friends.
If they can be called that once they know, but... Lucien, there are only so many cards to be dealt.
You have to tell them what she did. How fucking dreadful. Enjoy the high ground of having me put in here. While you have it.
Think about your options.
As I said before, that fucking doctor got me really thinking about my everything. I fucking loathe it. But I did get a book.
Have friends too soon.
I think we're a long way from friends. You weren't wrong, though. You're the closest I have to one.
So don't turn your back on me now, Lucien. Really think about it. You know I don't sound like this usually.
I know you're scared. If you weren't standing in front of me, I'd think you were shitting your pants.
I may be.
Oh, God, get out of here then.
I've-
That shit here.
I've seen more. I've met a progenitor. It's not a word.
Progenitor?
Thank you.
I've met our progeny. Wait, other way!
If I just trail off, you'll
Yeah,
fill
yeah,
in
yeah.
extra consonants for me.
What are you talking about?
We were told of science and magic as we made our way. There is more. Perhaps a real god.
Whoever that is. There are plenty of real gods.
One for us.
I am not a religious man. If you found religion, good for you. Is this your crimson?
Yes.
God.
Have you met?
No.
Then you cannot understand.
Knowing you, she was pretty, and she talks very well. You have a type.
You're not wrong.
That's true.
But still, it was more than that. It wasn't some woman, some person. It wasn't a mortal.
Well,
Just think about it, Lucien.
I am doing plenty of thinking. Regrettably.
It does not suit you. I think they would just leave there.
Okay, you head out. Lazuli.
Is there anything else you want to do? I don't know if that was like a long thing. Okay. I have a little list. I don't know if this is something, I don't know what portion is best to roleplay versus what's just info questions as I scout about.
Do you have, just quickly, do you have your right mic selected?
Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay. Is it just for the captions? I think I might.
It's just a little echoey.
Oh, I can fish out the one I brought, real
Sure.
quick,
Sure.
but it's in my
No
bag
rush,
right
do your
there.
thing.
Luna is not happy with this decision, but she's.
I will say for Niv's wrap up after that little realization about what Sly's been up to in the
Please.
Bright Fury Guilds,
Gonna
they
look
would
for
be
Sly.
going to try to find Zio, actually.
Oh, fuck. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, boy. Okay. I will say, above table, after this round, we'll probably just do check-ins on, like, what people want to look into over the course of the week. If that makes sense. So we'll, like, because we'll stop in. I know that the lore keep is on there for Echinacea, and just, like, other things that feel like, because obviously we're taking 2 weeks off, so I want to hit what we need to hit here.
Yes. See you grappling with mortality.
Yeah. Makes sense. I think we're wrangling cats.
Mm-hmm. Above game, the sort of item that Casimir was talking about, for like doing non-detection, would it be like the amulet item that exists, or would it be something else?
It would be like the amulet item that exists.
Woo! Cool.
Yep. You're reading my mind.
Okay, I think everything should be set up now.
You're great. Yep, that sounds a lot better.
Sweet.
Okay.
Did I miss anything?
Nope, we were just waiting on you.
Sweet. Alrighty. Lazuli's going to scout about. There's a couple things that have kind of caught her eye structurally, but also as she's going to these places, she would want to observe certain things as well as buy certain things. So I don't know what's the best plan for that, but I can kind of give you my.
Okay, what are you looking to buy? Because I think just given shopping, we're gonna kind of expedite that process, just because it can derail very very fast. So we're gonna no, absolutely. But what are you looking to buy specifically?
So I'm looking for a set of thieves' tools.
Thieves' tools, absolutely. What is that? 50 GP? Thieves' tools 5e. When in doubt, Google it. Okay, so thieves' tools. Yeah, you can keep just kind of throwing off what you're looking for.
25, Alec.
25, thank you.
Okay. A black leather tri-corner hat.
Okay. I will put that at 1 gold piece.
Okay. Something along the like fashions of the Scorched Isle, like ideally some kind of piece of fabric or scarf.
Are you outfitting your baby girl right now?
What?
Nothing.
Me? No.
Okay. Outfit. So I'll say price-wise, you're kind of floating around.
Just like a scarf, something.
Okay.
Like...
So you're probably at about 30 gold pieces right now.
So it's like.
I'm just letting you know what is.
4 gold pieces for this. What do you call it?
Yep.
And then did Zio do any? Because I know they're going to like the lower quarter. Research on what. I don't want to be redundant because I can always loop back and.
You're all good. Just let me know what you want to do, and we're gonna make it happen, baby. Hi, Finn.
Did they learn? Oh, that wasn't mine.
That wasn't yours.
No, little Bubby's is just laying in the bed. I think that was maybe
Darwin.
Yeah, Darwin. Yes. But that's Finn will definitely make his voice heard. But eventually, I think I'd like to keep some stuff out for the hospitals, but that might be a later date.
Okay.
I know I'm looking for I forgot what the exact style. I know it's like equated to cubism tea set for Ishor.
Cute. Love that.
You had a specific. It was in my session 0.
Yeah.
Drugamesh deco.
Yeah. You're looking at Drugamesh deco. Absolutely. 100%.
Okay. And then I know there's like that etiquette guy, but I think that's something that is more Agonethetic or specific, so I'll hold off on
Cool.
that
Love
kind
that.
of thing. And then is there anything else that I would like to do to prep? I know there's some shopping for some crafting. Some spare keys.
Like key kits, like to make keys.
Just like keys that have like are just like scrap keys.
Okay, sure.
And then maybe just like some emeralds and like random like what's normal for certain spells and such. I don't know our rules, but it's always nice to have
Just like components.
Yeah, just random components.
Okay. Yeah, Blaine does make a good point. If you're looking for like healer's kits are 5 gold pieces a piece.
Okay. That sounds good. Okay. Yeah, that should be good for the shopping wise.
Okay, so we'll say we'll put that at about 70 gold pieces. If you're getting like a decent amount of healer's kits, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, let's see. How many would you say that?
Do. We'll say that you have 12 healer's kits.
Okay. And that's for 70 for all of those?
Everything that you... Yeah.
Everything. Okay. All right. T-set. Okay. Sounds good. I will purchase those things.
Perfect. Okay. And then anything else you want to do?
Yes.
Please.
As I'm walking around, I want to observe the architecture, how this was built, and if there's any kinds of differentiations amongst the buildings, or if there's like, add-ons that seem like a different style that would hint to different people moving, living, that kind of thing. Like, what does it feel like?
For being a city, and that's a very good question, because being a city within the Republic, it is stereotypically human construction methods. You're used to elven architecture looking a little more spire-like and less hardy, if that makes sense. Like this is a lot of brick and shingles and a lot of human style carpentry. So it's easy to tell that, and obviously given the information that Echinacea figured out earlier in the day, that will make sense given the city's history, and that it was indeed built by human settlers and taken by Elven. But everything in the upper block looks very well maintained. The lower block, as mentioned earlier, is sort of not falling apart, but it is definitely in a state of dismay with that wealth disparity and everything in that regard. But the buildings, definitely human carpentry here.
Okay, and then the active pantheon. I've heard songs about the Changebringer, but is there anything that's more like that? Seems like it's definitely fresh on the scene.
That there is a, and given the map and your area, there is a temple to Avandra between the upper block and the guild host in the in the Sun Parsley Market.
And do I know who Avandra is or what they stand for?
Give me a history, or give me a religion check. History, Phoebus.
Okay. History. Yield didn't have my sheet up. Okay, here we go.
You're good.
Oh, religion. Oh, the acceleration was still on. Oh, she's slow-mo, bitches. You can do it. 18.
So, you know that her domains are trickery, nature, courage, the moon, specifically illusion magics, and tenacity. Her symbol is a femme profile embossed on a golden coin. And with an 18, you were able to recall her tenets or her commandments. Luck favors the bold. Take your fate into your own hands, and the Changebringer shall smile upon you. Strike back at those who would rob you of your freedom, and urge others to fight for their own liberty. Change is inevitable, but it takes work to ensure that change is for the better.
So, is she the Changebringer?
She is. Avandra is the Changebringer.
Okay, gotcha. Sweet. Alrighty, and then so I would definitely want to see that out. It seems like she's definitely well loved, as people are still singing her songs. What are the fashion? Okay, so are they still human, or is this elven?
It is a good mix. I mean, you find a lot of what looks to be sort of Victorian era stylings here. A lot of like a lot of layers, right? So you have like your undershirts, you have your vests, and your long coat jackets in these sort of more mask presenting fashion trends. These large, beautiful dresses with incredible like filigrees and things like that. But a lot of earthy tones is what you find, and lots of greens, yellows, browns, blacks. In the lower district, it's a little more kind of common tunics and trousers and work attire. Past that, very, very Victorian, but it's not uncommon to see people in sort of like elvish robes or something a little more Belarusian in inspiration.
Okay.
Lots of sashes and patterns.
Lazuli definitely takes her new sash and ties it around her waist, so it's kind of like tied and like dangling down. And it's probably blue. Is there any kind of like plants in season? A lot of times in cities, usually herbs are like the most resilient, and they're kind of popping up and all of that kind of thing. Is there anything in season that she's noticing that's growing around? I can roll for a.
No, because you rolled an 18 on your.
That was only for religion, though.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, give me a survival check.
Yeah.
I will say, given the season shifts, like there's give me advantage.
Okay. Let me grab a dice because this is gonna be. Okay, that's 23. I'm just gonna take that 23. I don't need.
A lot of things are going out of season currently, just because it's getting colder. A lot of pine trees and things like that that are staying more in season, but not a lot of plants in this area, especially given the not a lot of plant life, especially nearest the mountains.
Okay. Then is there any common sayings or trends coming around?
Nothing specific that jumps out at you that is.
What would you say would be the
notable.
tickle me Elmo of this town?
What?
Like, what is the hottest shit you can get? Do you know what I mean? Like, what is everyone, saving their doubloons for? And this could be for a wider zeitgeist, but I'm curious. And I can let you stew on it too. Is it like a magical, Roomba? I don't know. But I'm curious. Like, I want to know.
Yes, the arcane Roomba. Given the residents of the Alcott family,
Okay.
Sir Declan the Gallant, wooden figures do exist, and those are things that are sort of disseminated fairly regularly, especially.
I'll sue.
You got an action figure?
I copyright that. That's beautiful. It's amazing. I love that.
There is a line of constellation stuffies that exist that reflect the constellations of the world. There are 4 sets that match the constellations that shift in season. So currently, the summer season constellation line is a bit of a hot commodity.
That's amazing. Okay, good to know. All right, I'm gonna try to buy one of those wooden figures.
You absolutely do. It is 10 gold pieces.
Happily.
They're robbing people out here.
I would try to roll for different persuasion, but I'm just.
Oh, give me a persuasion check.
Okay, all right. Just be like, hey.
See if you can haggle.
It's actually inaccurate. I've heard.
You're like, I know this guy.
I think he'd wear more green.
Okay. What'd you get on your persuasion?
16?
Knocks it down to 7 gold.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. Happily. And then that goes through a lot of my
Your stuff.
But I still have I already checked out the Baker's Guild. That was great. But I want to look at Celine's Spire and the Candlemaker's Guild. And then I'll probably end at the Lore Keep.
Okay. So we'll okay. So you go to Ida, which there are a few spires.
It's
Celine's Spire. Okay. Yeah.
I want to climb up to the top of it.
You absolutely, with your flight, you're able to do that. You can tell that this is a small religious outpost. This is one that is in honor of the Whitmore's mother. This was created in her honor upon her passing. This is a place that represents her as a fixture of the city. Not a religious icon, but almost like a Martha Wayne type figure, like very whilst affluent, she's very giving with that wealth, very seen as like a very doting and caring ruler. So this is a place for those who feel lost within the city to find some respite and to read some of the words that she had shared with the city It's a place of quiet, yeah. But you absolutely are able to make your way up there.
Does she have any like words or I don't know if you've
Yeah,
written that want to show off.
Have I? Of course I have. Of course I have.
What do I read?
So, you do find this plaque on the outside, which does read, "The city is a people. We are as strong as our least cared for," which resonates very deeply with you, given the disparity now in the lower block. So there is the intention there to keep everybody afloat, keep everybody up, but that message has definitely fallen to the wayside.
Is there any kind of flowers that grow where? And this is in the this spire is in the upper quarter, correct?
Yes.
Is there any flowers that are specific, like weeds that bloom, that are specific to the lower quarter?
Nothing that's different that is like sort of impeding on the area, if that's what you're kind of looking for.
I was wanting to druid craft some flowers to grow.
You absolutely can. Yeah.
That are most common in the lower quarter to remind the patrons.
Yeah, there are a few. Sunflowers are relatively common in Iyo Thalor, so we'll see. Sunflowers are definitely something that makes sense.
Okay, I'm going to. I don't know how many sunflowers I can druid craft, but
you can spend time to do so. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, just kind of both paying respects and also hopefully warming the hearts of people who maybe need to be fully realized what the spire means.
Absolutely.
And then Candlemaker's Guild seemed interesting.
Yeah, it is well and truly just a way to help light the homes of the city. It's this very, very humble, very small organization that just works to kind of create candles, lanterns, and the like, just to make sure that, you know, the place is lit. Dab. Fuck, I'm so stupid. Are you trying to glean anything?
I just thought it was neat, but also I'm also interested in finding old institutions that may know more about the previous ruling family.
This is one that's been here for a while.
And then also what they may, what industry. Usually, families of power are like, okay, they're into like, what is it? Logging or sugar or tea or something. Like, what was their industry?
The industry of Iyo Thalor has always been mining. It's easy enough for you to know. Yeah, well, on the
for
cusp.
Both the Whitmores and the
Reverdines, yes.
Was the same ore?
Yep. It was the same ores that came from the Wavering Peaks, which is a lot of iron, a lot of there's something called cold iron that is native to the Wavering Peaks, as well as some cores of obsidian.
And then, what are the uses for cold iron and obsidian? Is there anything of note that's
for cold iron, give me a history check.
Okay. $12.
It's strange, is it's something that feels relevant to your experience, but it is not coming to you.
Okay. I will dog ear it mentally, though.
Okay, yep, that's fair.
That and the Lord Keep.
Okay, so you're heading to the Lore Keep. All right, so we're going to finish this day. Does that make sense? Okay, so we're gonna move into the next 2 days, and we're gonna go for a little bit more, and then just try and touch this up. Question?
I just know that Nivien was gonna seek out, I thought, Zio
Yep.
immediately.
Yeah. So we're gonna do the Zio thing, and then I'm just saying after that we're gonna move into the next day, unless there is anything else anybody wants to do with the evening. Because we can absolutely do the Lore Keep, because I know that Lazuli and Echinacea are heading to the Lore Keep. And then we're going to do... Blah. Okay. Sir, anything you want to do in the meanwhile?
No, I'm just here to look pretty.
Yeah, you are. Okay.
Doing great.
Zio and Nivien, tell me where you guys are coalescing. Where are you guys meeting? Where do you find each other? Paint me a picture, dude.
I think Zio would have continued sort of like stuck around the lower block for a bit, just to try and garner kind of like the morale and the energy after this.
There is easy enough. Just given the time spent over the last couple day, like it is a shift.
Yeah,
it is a shift completely. There's a lot of fear, a lot of unassuredness, and a bit of unease with not necessarily what the guard represent, but the fact that they are not normally there. So having them there in such a big way is off-putting.
Yeah. So like, I mean, he did say during breakfast that he was going to go to the lower block.
So you could absolutely intuit that they would be there. Nivien.
I think they would try to go find him there.
Okay.
And also kind of try to listen to murmurs along the way to see what they can pick up from what happened.
I'm sorry, what was that? One more time?
They'd kind of try to listen to what was going on around while they were looking to see if they can pick up
you're
details on
definitely
what happened.
yeah. You're definitely, especially just walking through, are able to sort of pick up the horror story of what took place. Different grim descriptions of the event itself, and similarly to Zio, just picking up that very uneasy air that is present within the lower block.
Would I know about the white lily that was left?
Not unless Zio said anything, because Zio took it.
Okay.
I guess it just like cross paths.
Yeah, I guess. Zio, I've heard what has taken place to your guildsmen, and I'm sure that you may have some questions for me. I'm sorry for what has happened.
And Zio takes out the lily.
And is that something that Sly would leave all the time, or is that for me? That's just her calling card. Okay.
Can Zio look at Nivien and see any reaction whatsoever?
Give me an insight check, Nivien. If you're trying to be deceptive, give me a deception check.
I don't think Niv is hiding this.
Okay, so then give me an insight check with advantage.
That's gonna be a 12.
They just look pained. This is not a pleasant experience for them.
Is this a kinsman of yours?
Yes. When we met, I told you I was a monster, and that still stands. I cannot account for why this has been done other than there are many motivations afoot right now. There are many political tensions raging.
Can I be assured that the people won't be hurt?
No, I don't know. I don't know everything that is happening right now, and I find myself drawing lines between my future and my past. I don't know how safe it is for all of you if I stay with you.
Zio is going to the flower in their hand. They're essentially just gonna like not kind of harshly, but like with a momentum of just like of a beat, kind of shoves it into your chest and holds it there.
Niv would cover their hand with theirs.
I can't promise you that I be called to act in retribution for this and my people.
I understand.
So if this is someone that you know, I advise you to give them a fair warning.
If I do that, it could cost you your life. And if I don't, I suppose you could take hers. I'm just now starting to think of others as more than merely my fellow pawns.
Nivien, give me a quick perception check, please.
Oh.
11.
11?
I haven't been called to action, and truthfully, our duty and promise is to the people. We know that what we do means that we lay our lives for the people.
We both wear targets.
Yes.
All I can promise you is that you will not meet harm at my own hands. And I will not take action against your brotherhood.
Don't make me that promise, Nivien. Because if you call yourself a monster willingly, I don't think I can trust you to make that promise to me.
I suppose that's wise.
But for now, we continue on.
Very well.
All I ask is, I'll be honest with you. I will continue being honest with every one of you. I've done things, it seems like, that upsets those around us, and I don't hide from that. I just don't like people to lie to me. Which is why I don't do it in return.
I don't expect you to believe me, but I have never lied to you. And I don't plan to.
I believe you.
I will help you in any fight except for this one. But I will not stand in your way. She knows what she's done, and she knows the consequences of those actions. Just as I know the ones for all of the insane options I am taking right now. I have your back, Zio, and I wish you luck.
If there's any way for you to stop yourself from being a monster, would you take it?
It is all I have to offer right now. But yes, I can imagine a circumstance where it would be beneficial. But those options aren't lightly offered or easily found, so it's better not to think about it.
Okay. I don't see you any differently for this.
I don't see you as an enemy. Seems though we may know people fighting against each other, though.
Mhm.
Then you are muted in the captions.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, I'm going to walk around a little bit more.
All right.
And if you go back, I guess just tell the others. I'll see them another time.
All right. Be safe. And I think as Niv leaves, they would take the crushed lily and leave another message that means to stay away. Maybe soak the lilies in blood and leave them.
As Zio walks around, I just want to make sure to point out that I think they're going to walk a little bit around where the smithy is.
Okay. Noted.
But just kind of like keep their distance.
Okay. Just sort of just lingering around that area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Anything else from you, Zio or Nivien? Okay. Josh, just wanted to check in. You're being pretty. Anything else you want to do, bub?
Not today.
Not today? Okay. All right. We are going to the Lore Keep. Echinacea, you've gotten there first.
And I have grabbed Kaylin.
Absolutely.
Okay. And on the way, just because shopping things happened and I have 2 things I want to pick up, we don't have to RP it.
Yep.
I'd like to pick up a plain white mask.
Sure.
Half the face. And if it's possible, a text on modern etiquette.
Absolutely. Yep. It was 5 gold pieces for the lot.
5 gold, thank you. And as they're walking, they will look at Kaylin.
Mm-hmm.
As your doctor, I do not recommend you allow people to drink your...
Sorry, you cut out. Did you say drink your blood?
Yes, I do not recommend allowing people to drink your blood, no matter how attractive they may be.
It's not just... What'd you say, Josh?
Nothing.
And then the kiss. You fuck. I see the captions, you bitch. Nah. It's not just because they're attractive. I'm also just curious.
About blood loss?
About their affliction.
About their affliction.
Yes.
I'm curious about your curiosity.
I want to learn things.
Me too. That's why we're going where we're going.
I'm very excited.
Think you'll learn from experience, but you won't learn in a book.
I think maybe that's a folly of mine. I see the opportunity, and I... wonder what the experience could be, right? Test the hypothesis in the moment. The thought, the theory, the curiosity, and they're very attractive.
Yes, I know. Kaylin, what is your theory so far? Do you have one?
They're not fully a vampire. I can tell that. I wonder... These few times have been a bit of a test. If any more vampiric qualities were to manifest, I would stop.
Why is that?
Because if my presence makes somebody something that they don't necessarily want to be, I don't know if they want to be this. I have not asked.
I need you to back up because I believe there were concepts not formally introduced. You believe that you are encouraging Nivien?
I believe that I was interested to see what would happen. And if I gave them a reason to trust me, maybe they might open up.
I believe the word is a simp. I learned it from a child named Primrose.
Oh. I'm familiar
sorry,
with
I'm
this
being mean
verbiage.
to you.
Yes, you are. It's fine. He kind of shoves you a little bit. That's fine. I think you're right.
May I just ask you to not do something?
Please.
Please don't try to change Nivien. If Nivien wants to change, they'll do it on their own.
I think that is a very important reminder. And one I must have needed. Given my loss in similitude and curiosity. Mostly
And
the...
blood loss.
Do I look anemic? Am I okay?
You look a little pale. You look a little paler. Yes.
Oh, well, noted.
We could do a plasma transfusion.
I would...
I just pulled that out of my...
Memory! Maybe,
to the books.
Maybe later. Yes, but you enter the lore keep. These...
Finally.
Okay, now I have a thing I want to
Shut the fuck up, Josh. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So, you bastard man. You walk in
Dennis is a bastard.
to see these beautiful halls already lined with books. Pillars etched with the iconography of the entire alloyed pantheon, as well as the unalloyed pantheon.
Oh shit. Woo, interesting.
Information here is flowing. You see people running in and out, children leaving with large handfuls of books. You see a large circular desk in the middle of this entry hall with about 7 individuals working it. Sort of reference librarian work, making sure that things go back to where they need to go and that people are directed into areas they need be. But this is a large, sprawling, almost, it's very similar in look to Sigrun's Academy, where you had gone to in Aldengate. This very open concept, a lot of windows, all of them stained glass. These very beautiful depictions of Toleshan history specifically. And you see these open concept roofs where there's light coming in from the outside. These work tables and benches with stacks of parchments and inks. This is a place wholly opposite than the Magus Arcanum. This feels free.
Lazuli was correct. I don't see myself leaving.
Kaylin's like, me fucking either.
Let's go.
Let's go. Do you head toward the desk?
DoorDash, right?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Did you head
So
toward
they
the
have-
desk?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, and then sorry,
yes,
Lou,
yes,
what did
yes.
you say?
I said they have DoorDash, right?
yeah, absolutely. Fantasy DoorDash, where all your dreams come true. So you walk in and you see a mousefolk woman. Very old. You can tell that there is brown fur that is given much way to white. She has these large circular frames sitting atop a very short stubbed snout as she sort of looks. Good afternoon. How can I be of assistance? My name is Gloria. But
I love her.
my friends call me Rivet, and you're my friend. Welcome.
That is incredibly kind. Rivet. We've never been here, and I don't know what you're looking for, Kaylin. But if you have maybe a glossary of how things are organized, I don't want to take up your time.
It's a large glossary placed in front of you. Please take your time. This can be overwhelming to newcomers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you have a card?
No,
Do you plan on checking out books?
I would very much like to.
Okay, your name?
Echinacea Belrose.
Pretty. Your name, sir? Kaylin. Your surname? I need it. Vryn. Noted. Kaylin Vryn. Thank you. You see she stamps out two pieces of parchment and laminates them at the table. Echinacea Belrose, Kaylin Vryn. There you are. So, you can check out books. 10 gold for the cards.
Thank you very much. They pay it.
Okay.
That was very nice. I thought I might have to go set up Sigrun's humble abode outside to say that we were residents.
No need to be residents. You're visitors and, well, I saw you all come in and at the ladies' welcome, so I...
Well, Rivet, thank you very much.
And I would like to research things.
Okay, give me a list, babe. What are you thinking?
Okay. Since it's day one, I imagine I'll pick two.
Okay.
Although they do look at Kaylin, they say, in the name of symptom, how would you feel about researching encounters with the Matron of Ravens and the Order of the Cleansing Flame?
On it, he runs.
Bless you. And then they themselves, I love dividing and conquering, will research Shadowfell, Bleed, and Tethers.
Okay.
Any references throughout history.
Yep.
And then the creation of vestiges.
Okay.
Those fucking rhyme.
Do you want to include Feywild bleeds? Because there are theoretical texts.
Yeah.
We can coalesce there. Okay. Give me an investigation check. You have a glossary with advantage.
Generous. Okay.
And then I was gonna say something. Never mind. It's obviously not very important.
That was a 2.
You can tell us we're all pretty if you
16
want.
You're all very pretty.
plus 7.
Thank you.
23.
23. You're able to find two texts on two texts on Feywild and Shadowfell bleeds. Both theoretical academic works, but they definitely hit the well you're looking for, as well as the other thing you were looking for, which the words are escaping me. Vestiges, creations.
Vestiges,
Yes. Yeah. Yep. You are able to find a book called Vestiges of Aosha, a look into our shared history. Okay. What do you dive into first?
Shadowfell, Bleed, and Tethers, because we were just in that garden.
Okay. As you dive into the books on these particular bleeds, the Feywilds being the most recent, but there is a lot of common thread here, so I'm not going to give you a huge distance of information. In It is theorized that the Feywild specifically, and therein for the Shadowfell, the bleeds are happening as an effect of the heightened state of those domains. So in the Feywild, it's emotions. Emotions are high. For some reason, it seems that there are tethers from those planes to the material. They're the closest within the planar system. Given that, when conflict is high, it's noted that there has been conflict within the Fey courts. You're able to kind of adhere or acknowledge this as you are aware of Koliada. Mm-hmm. So it seems that where these are happening the most and where they're most prominent and heated exchanges, both in battle and in emotional state by powerful entities, that is where these rifts are being formed. Those tethers are so strong and so connected to the material plane that when they take place, they almost shoot out like a solar flare and lash onto the material plane. And when they do, it's not necessarily a puncturing through the material, like the Feywild is not necessarily puncturing through, but the proximity and how close they are and how seemingly linked they are, the bleed comes through all the same. So to say that there's a bleed doesn't mean that there's necessarily a portal to the Feywild, right?
Right.
But it is becoming a reflection of that plane.
Are there instances listed of... They're going to broaden their search at this for any... They want to know about historical trajectory of planar bleed.
This is very recent. The first text that you're able to see and the first reference in the books that you've collected is only within the last 150 years. There was one that is specifically an outlier, and that is the event of the Blight Siege. A necropolis thrusted through from the Shadowfell to the material plane at the tail end of the Scale Scourge. And it was the site of many a mage, politician, or any opportunist to try and capitalize on whatever power may lay inside. But that is the most similar thing in Toleshan history that looks like these bleeds, right? But within the last 150 years in particular, obviously 50 years ago, we have Ilinbel with the Shadowfell, and more scattered instances before that. There's an interesting distinction to make. Mm-hmm. The Feywild, barely in recorded history, reaches through civilized areas. You obviously know that one happened near Glengeist and affected some of the foresters that were there. The Shadowfell, however, often intersects with societies. Ilinbel was a hub of life. There are some that had taken place in southern Tolesh within the nations of Driften. I have to go over the map because I don't know the names offhand.
Good.
Seameat and Falkirk in particular. And then in the Kingdom of Kolderal in Nornthrum, these Shadowfell bleeds specifically in cities where people are very prominent. The Feywild does not often intersect with society.
But it is now Glengeist and Lockenge.
Yep, but it is now.
So what's different? I was alive 150 years ago.
You were?
Look at my calendar. 1 second. 150 years ago. 1 sec. Sorry.
So it'd be about 800 or 790 something.
Fuck, that's a big gap. So that was after I graduated or got married. Fuck. I have no idea what happened in that time. 1890, there were a few rebellions, and this coalesced in Illenbell. Who was rebelling?
So there were civil disputes, similar enough, which is odd to you upon recalling it, land disputes about who was the rightful owner of Illenbell. This coalesced in rebellions from the lower classes of that city that began to rise up against the prominently elven governments ruling over that city-state. They were thwarted very quickly, very precisely, but there was about 2 or 3 that took place that wiped out the lower class of that city and made it a bit of a utopia, which is the grossest way of putting it, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Utopia for the people who wanted to maintain power there. And this begins to make sense as the negative emotions, greed, wrath, the Shadowfell finding a more prominent tether to lash out on.
Is it reasonable to consider the possibility then that what is happening in Lockhinge and Glengeist is not like an uprising or greed because it is now the Feywild? It's something else happening?
Something else happening. Yes. Very, yeah, definitely.
They run up to Rivet. Rivet.
Yes.
I'm so sorry to bother you.
Please.
You're such a fount of information.
Hmm.
Do you know about anything going on in Lockhinge recently? Anything interesting?
Lockhinge recently? Give me a moment. Oh, now it's just turning into Dooney because you said it. Fuck you, Josh. Right, so basically,
Oh boy.
well, Lockhinge is interesting because it is, it's becoming a bit more civilized. Nothing really political, but those aspirations are starting to form. Glengeist is creating a bit of a local government, and it's a new fixing in the Republic. Lockhinge is interesting because, well, I don't know how much you believe in fairy tales.
Oh.
It's said that there's a guardian of the wood who resides and watches over the village.
Uh-huh.
Some call him the runaway prince.
Runaway prince.
Apparently very handsome. I wouldn't know. I've never seen him. I'd like to.
And what does he do for the town?
Make sure that crops are successful. Keeps it safe from predators as it's densely surrounded by woodlands. And offers support both architecturally and in morale. He spends time with the people, so they say. It is a fairy tale, but that is the inception of how Lockhinge came to be, which strikes me as odd because it is in the nations of Driften, which are quite scientific and rigid.
Lockhinge is in Driften? I thought it was Shenthier. Okay.
It is just outside of the Republic.
That's interesting. Thank you. They shelve the runaway prince for a future date at the library, and they go back to their creation of vestiges text.
Okay. So we're going to adhere to the same rule here.
Guys.
Don't apologize. So.
You've been waiting for this.
Yeah, this is only fair. Okay. You are looking in the creation of vestiges. In this book, it is detailed that a group consisting of Coralon, Pelor, Lulth, known then as Aroshni, Ilustray, the Raven Queen, and Moradin, banded together as heroes of high ilk. Some say that they were not even recognized as deities at this point, but that is not corroborated. They banded together, and Coralon, being the artisan, a bit of a bard in the group, began to craft items as icons to his allies. He built a blade for himself, the Song of Arvindor, one you're familiar with. For Moradin, he built the Allhammer, a strong weapon. Pelor, bright steel armor. Aroshni, a bow, a weaver's bow. Bahamut was gifted this barded platinum armor for his draconic visage. And who am I missing? Oh, Ilustray. Ilustray was given a beautiful, beautiful pearlescent spell focus. And
the Raven Queen?
The Raven Queen was given a rapier. It's gone by many names.
Okay. And someone who's watched your previous campaigns, I imagine it says that these were created during the time of the Scale Scourge?
Absolutely, yes.
And is there anything else?
It was said, the story was that these items gave deific power. They grew with the wielder, which is known. They're able to not feed off of, that's not the right verbiage, but bond with their wielder and grow in strength according to the wielder's deeds. As long as they're in accordance with the image that the creator had in mind, right? So if Coralon saw somebody a certain way, if they completed deeds, it would grow. But right before the fall of Tiamat, it said that Aroshni went mad. The story is that she tried to steal the credit for creating these vestiges from her brother. And she turned on this group, attempting to kill them. Regrettably, Coralon did battle with his sister and banished her to the Underdark, deeming her unworthy of her deific name and dubbing her Lulth, the queen of the shadowed web.
There's no mention of rhyme.
There's no mention of rhyme.
And after the Scale Scourge, no more vestiges were created.
Interestingly, some clerics to deities began to forge their own vestiges, creating divine essences of the deities they worshipped and bestowing them onto champions. Not reaching particularly the heights of legend, right? These are items that are forged by Coralon, wielded by God, so it's sort of undermined here the work of these individuals.
Mm-hmm.
But other vestiges do exist, though they are not met with the same renown. And often they're not even called vestiges.
Mm-hmm.
They're just powerful weaponry or, alluded to.
Given everything we've learned about Coralon regarding Koliata and the absence in this text, can Echinacea attempt to reach out to Mistra?
Abso-fucking-lute. How do you do this?
Unwittingly, they take out this mask that they've purchased, start toying with it. considering what they would make and who they would make it for. And they just think, why hasn't Coralon created anything since?
Give me a religion check.
Religion.
With advantage.
Religion. Religion. Okay. Yeah. Religion. 15.
You feel the space around you begin to dim. Almost like a calm sunset. You feel a familiar presence, one that you heard when you helped Lazuli make the Vox Seeker. Do you invite it in?
Yes. They feel this sunset, and in this sort of liminal space where the lore keep is faded away, they allow a sunrise to burst from their own chest, and they greet whatever this is.
Okay, absolutely. As you do, you see Mistra for the first time. This tall, beautiful, feminine form. 6 angelic wings sprouting from her back. A crown made of blue stars, 7-pointed each of them. The skin, this bright, pale blue. Eyes deep in nature, almost like Lazuli's. Wearing a white gown, flowing, almost fading into the wind. She stands at about 7 feet tall in this avatar-like representation. And begins to walk toward you, forward. It is good to see you.
Probably shouldn't be looking at you. And they bow.
Please don't.
Okay.
We are far more familiar than you know.
That makes sense.
What can I do for you?
First, I wish to thank you for that thing, that life you helped breathe into that creature that Lazuli created.
That was not me. That was you. And the magic you wield. All I did was offer an encouraging word. One that just so happened to be truth.
That's making me rethink a lot of things. Okay. And the question that first emerges from their lips is not the one they intended to ask. It's nothing to do with Coralon. Can I make them?
She sort of leans down on nothing and just kind of looks at you. Do you know my tenants?
I imagine they don't.
They do not.
Right.
They will say at this point they do not.
I'm sorry. I hope I did.
I'm sure you did. You knew a lot of things. Love magic for itself. Do not treat it just as a weapon to reshape the world to your will. True wisdom is knowing when not to use magic. The weave is a preternatural force worthy of your respect. Conduct yourself humbly, not proudly whilst using magic. Use the art deftly and efficiently, not carelessly and recklessly. Seek all ways to create new magic.
Will you accept me as a follower?
Absolutely. May I try something for you?
I would be honored.
She leans back. I am going to roll a divine intervention.
Get lit. What?
A 5.
What's she doing?
Retrieving a memory. Are you familiar with the concept of fate touched?
They would not be. No.
It is someone graced by divinity. That, my darling, is you. By my hand, no doubt. I saw the potential to create and do wonderful things. And so your mothers, when they had you, I gave them a bit of my spark. And she begins to unfurl the memory of your childhood. Your mother's Poppy and Sage Belrose.
Oh.
And your brother, Dorlin. You were
The name
happy.
I already know? Sorry.
No, you were happy. They taught you to be kind and brave, and to never let anyone tell you what you can do. Dorlin always stood up for you, even when you didn't need it. He was a few years your younger. You would take trips to Drukamesh and take in the coastal city of Calmont. You would take trips to the Wavern Peaks and sit in a cabin home built by your grandfather, Maximus. The home was filled with love, care, as the reason you are an Aasimar is because you are a fate-touched being graced by Mystra herself. Your mothers are both Spring Eladrin.
Echinacea revels in the new faces. The oldest faces. And their mind palace starts to build itself up. Stones leaping out of a cliff by the edge of the sea. And all of a sudden, in a crumbling room at the edge of this cliff, there is a candle lit. And it starts to emanate throughout the space. And back in the liminal space with Mystra. Probably sacrilegious, but they take her hands and they kiss them. will do my best to live up to it.
Of that, I have no doubt.
Mistra.
Hmm.
Why hasn't Coralon made a vestige since the Scale Scourge?
Because he didn't make them. Loth did. And Coralon's a coward. I hope that's helpful.
Very much. There are so many questions that that notion of what do you ask God when you meet God, and they have never considered the question in living memory, so they're like, I'm woefully unprepared.
Well, since you've devoted yourself as a worshipper, I'm sure we can have conversations like this in the future as well. This is not your only opportunity.
There's something you would like me to do.
Whatever you think is right. I do not grace people with fate to tell them what to do with it. I think the possibility is what's beautiful.
To what's possible. And they raise this mask to her unwittingly, almost like a champagne flute, and I think they find that sun setting back into their chest and the noises of the lore keep re-emerging around them.
Okay. As Lazuli begins to approach, you can finish your thought button.
Oh, that's it.
Okay. Lazuli, you do see Echinacea.
What are they doing?
Staring at a mask.
She just kind of like skips over, almost like, I don't know how tall or low these desks are, but I always feel like library desks are kind of low. I feel like she would kind of like skip on people's desks. Not like she wouldn't fuck up their shit, but like, you know.
Fair.
Put little fairy parkour. And just kind of like flit over. What you've got there? What you've got?
I don't really know yet.
Well, we are on the lore keep.
Yes, that is true.
They don't know what a mask is.
Can I roll for a perception to see if, like, notice the fact that Agonethetic's entire, like, paradigm has shifted?
Give me an insight check.
Roll for paradigm shift.
Okay. 21.
I'd say yeah. They're not hiding it.
She's still kind of like hovering in the air, and she's kind of bending over like, Agonethetic, something's different about you. You tell if you feel so inclined. Have you found some revelation amongst the books?
We hold these truths to be so relevant.
Lyra's come in for the tea.
I would say I have. Lazuli, have you ever been told that you were meant to do something, but that something is not any particular thing?
No, I don't think I've ever really told to do anything. Aside from Ishwar just suggesting what's neat, but honestly, my own adventures are my idea. So, I'm sorry I can't relate, but definitely seems like a paradigm shifting experience to be in.
Are you familiar with Mistra?
What roll do I need to do? for that?
What do I need to do?
Just give me a quick religion check.
Religion. Okay. And my question. 9.
No.
I like the name.
So do I.
Mistra.
Mistra.
Just really like that one.
She's a member of the Alloyed Pantheon. She, as we understand it, she is the weave. She is the source of magic. Remember when we made the Vox Seeker together? She says that it was just an encouraging word, but I know what I saw. That sort of rainbow oil slick in the air. That thing that turned into something tangible from possibility. Oh no, Lou. Oh no. Your mic is
It's
not
a
happy.
nightmare. Yeah, I think you busted it.
Baby.
If you want to switch to your other mic, that should be fine. We're gonna wrap up soon.
It was my cat.
Oh,
That makes sense.
Luna.
I said I love cats. We were talking. Oh yeah, I'm bringing out the Vox Seeker and kind of like toying with it and having it like skitter around the desk at like as Echinacea brought it up, just to kind of watch. And then you asked me a question, didn't you? What was it?
I think they were just explaining who Mistra was, but as they do so, they'll just end with, she told me I was fate touched.
They touched or fate touched?
Fate.
Fate. Ah, I see. Well,
Fate touched
you're
seems
so
like more
close,
your area.
so close to being. But what is fate touched? Or how does it feel to you? Is this calling that you don't know what to do with?
She explained it as being graced by divinity.
Graceful and divine are how I would describe you.
That is not what I said or meant. Lazuli, what do you feel called to do?
Both nothing and everything.
It is incredibly vague. But it is an answer full of possibility, so I respect and appreciate it.
In it, it's nothing. In the absence of any true calling, I just find the glimmer in everything. And I don't mind chasing it. Mistra. That in itself is my purpose. Finding things that are fun to say. Or collecting things that people need. Because that's something that they like. Like if Ishur wanted fun names to say, I would love to find those and bring them to him. Sharing that feeling, because I feel like it's sustainable. Once you have the thing that you're seeking, if it's more tangible or set in stone, and you're not prepared for that thing to evolve, I find that one may lose sight after that is achieved. I go around and I see a lot of people on their path, people who have achieved what they want or who are on their way, and I feel like from my perspective, I see patterns, and since I just have no true calling of family or duty or any means, I don't know. I feel like you could easily get lost, but it sure keeps me true, and I feel like pursuit of knowledge never leads you wrong.
I think sensing this sort of scatteredness and this desire to chase something that Lazuli seems to be expressing,
Mhm.
Echinacea turns their attention to Lazuli and her eyes and that similarity to Mistra. Well, I look forward to assisting you on that chase. And I think there is this question in the back of Echinacea's mind that blooms, that there is something happening with Lazuli that they have not seen. They have so little experience that they are now only recognizing that this is a person whose motivations are so far-flung and far-reaching that she is an enigma in a way that they haven't really grasped before. And so, poor Lazuli, they're just kind of like staring focused at her, but...
Lazuli's just like fucking with the Vox Seeker, just kind of like playing with it and scratching its little like astral tummy. Like, just kind of like, I don't know should I roll like a perception check to see how much I feel this gaze?
What's your passive insight?
Passive insight is, it only has wisdom in passive. Oh. Passive. Oh, there it is. 15.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Wish someone would scratch my astral tummy.
Okay, let's see. I think she's gonna like Fushigi the Vox Seeker. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. She's gonna Fushigi it into Echinacea's hands and like look at them and be like, what do you have on your mind? Did you have a Vox Seeker in your hand?
I do have a Vox Seeker in my hand. Lazuli, today I got to see my childhood, and it got me thinking. What was yours like?
I don't remember. We were definitely a crew of amnesiacs. Is there only two? I haven't heard much about Niv's childhood. They have gone through some processes that may make it hard to remember, but I'm not sure how much. Zio seems very in tune with their past. But I'm not as well. I feel like I would have led with you remembered your childhood though. How is
Lazuli.
that?
Lazuli. Do you want to remember yours?
I feel like it may complicate things. I like Ishroor and I like just floating around and learning new things. But whenever they kind of start to intersect with my life, they're from a distance that doesn't feel as fun. It's not that I find some kind of sick joy from being separated from the patterns of other people's lives. But whenever they interfere with your own rituals and habits because they have to do with you or your life, they're not as fun. And so, if I had to, for other people's sake, I would. But I feel no compulsion. I'm quite young, though. I don't have much of a history, I don't think. I am a fairy. She, like, twiddles her wings.
If you don't want to know, then I will stop asking. And I'm sorry. And they kind of settle back into their chair and, like, truly perturbed at this complete difference in desires regarding, like, rekindling, like, regaining lost memories or not. They will settle into their book and let Lazuli do her research.
Okay.
I will end with the fact that it's not that I specifically don't want to know. I just don't want to spend energy seeking it out. If I were to happen upon the knowledge, I'd be quite curious. I couldn't resist. But I feel like my energy and other people's, yours, could be spent on something that matters to more people. If that makes any sense.
Lazuli, I think we may have uncovered a self-worth issue.
How so?
You matter.
Well, but it doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
And so, since I put it, like, if it's only for me and it's something that I don't care about, you know? But what I do care about, what will we name him? Them, it.
That is not up to
Kushigi.
me.
I'm not good at names.
Goat.
We could name him Goat. I think I heard Sir say it from very far away.
Goat.
This is an actual piece of lapis lazuli.
Okay. Is there anything else here, or are we just kind of diving into research at this point? I don't want to cut off any conversations. Okay. With that, we have been going for almost 5 hours.
Oh shit.
And there is more to go. But we will pick up back in Iyo Thalor in 2 weeks. All right. Before we head out, let's outro our players, starting with Angie.
Sorry, my mic was off. Hi, my name is Angie, they, them pronouns. You can find me on all social media at Agonethetic. And if you are interested in listening to an urban fantasy podcast, I urge you all to listen to the Night Shift podcast. We just completed our first season. We are very excited, very happy, very accomplished with this work this past year. So yeah, 16 episodes, first season is now available wherever you listen to podcasts.
All right. Thank you for being here. Lou.
Hi, this is Gooby, also known as Griffin. I am his mother. My name is Lou, she, her pronouns. You can find me at Luzelia_art. Yeah, there you go.
Awesome. Thank you. Zen.
I'm Zen. Any pronouns, you can find me at MXMeta on Instagram and Twitter, ZenMeta TV here on Twitch, and ZenMeta on Twitter, Tumblr, and Dice Camp on Mastodon.
Hell yeah. And Josh.
Hi, I'm Josh, aka TheGovnar, and I've been your sick little boy today. I've also been Sir, and my pronouns are he, him. You can find me at TheGovnar most places, and as an innkeeper on the Welcome Inn. Also here doing this thing, and doing charity streams, and other things. Bye!
Thank you. Button.
Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media, and you can find me here on Sundays and rolling for charity. No, fuck. Twitch.tv/rolling for charity this coming weekend on Saturday.
A lot of fun. Thank you. We are going to go ahead and raid our friends over at Total Party Kiss. So hang on tight, show them some love, and we will see you guys in 2 weeks for session 6 of Known Realms Tolesh. Bye.
That's 6.